Okay, we're back live. We're back live, baby. Let's get the link to send out. Let's get the link to send out, baby. Baby. Let's get the link to send out. Alrighty. Let's get the link to send out. Let's see. Just linking the stream. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, where are we at here? Hello, Livy. Okay. Okay, I think this looks pretty in focus. I think it's time to start painting here. My brushes are very unorganized. All my paint. Let's see. Oops. All right. Let's start with a little base coat. Let's keep it simple. Great advice. Always hurts my feelings. Keep it simple, stupid. Alright. Just a little bit of watering down on this paint here. Bada bing, bada boom. Actually, real quick, I'm just going to check if the vertical stream looks okay. Where do I see that? Oh, it should be on this screen. Sort of. Okay. Yeah. Looks fine. I wouldn't say it looks amazing. The vertical stream looks a little boring. Vertical stream looks a little dull. Maybe I just like kind of put here. I'm just gonna put some little interesting doohickeys for the vertical stream, so it's not so dull for them. Na, 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 na. Gonna put in a rock there. I'm just gonna put some stuff to make it look kind of interesting for the short viewers, the vertical stream viewers. It looks super boring, so there. It's got a little personality there. If you're a vertical viewer, it should be a little less boring. Alright, let's get into the actual painting here. I just looked at the vertical and it was super dull, super boring. I guess all that's going to be on my time lapse too now. Oh, kind of a fun little live time lapse Easter egg. My dog is confused that I'm streaming again. Why are you talking? Why are you talking? Oh, Altered by Alters is already in here. Gonna be live for both 405 hours. Oops. I meant to say 4 to 5. I accidentally say 405. Uh-oh. I gotta move my chat to the other screen. I've got one screen that's like 3 feet away. Let's edit that. Alright. 405 hours, why not? It's only slightly longer than I spent on the wheel. Doo, doo, doo. Oh, little Libby, you so funny. This is a double side card, so I'm going to be doing both sides. It would be a good joke, but I didn't think of that. I just have chubby fingers that hit the wrong buttons. My girlfriend's finally coming back from her trip this evening. She's on the plane now. She has that free in-flight Wi-Fi that she's been messaging me on. So it will be nice to have her back home. So I thought I'd get one last stream in while I got the place to myself. I kind of adjusted my setup a little bit so that my palette is not like so much taller than my card surface I'm working on, because it was projecting a really big shadow. I actually had to scrap a lot of footage. I recorded a long form, the whole long form start to end process of me doing that Sithis, because I thought it was a really interesting card color wise that I could talk about in kind of a longer form video. But I had to scrap the whole thing because the shadow from my palette was like pulling my camera focus constantly, and the video looked like horrible, unfortunately. So I'm hoping to avoid that in the future, because that would have been a great video. Would have been a good card to talk about. And the Sithis video ended up popping off. I think it's at over 20k views now. I don't know, the YouTube algorithm is so weird. It's like every video it'll give you like 1,000 and then it like waits. It like ices you out for a day. And sometimes it'll be nice and give you more. And sometimes it won't. I've ruined a stream being a VOD with a marker tip. Oh, you just had the marker tip in the wrong place? Was the marker tip pulling focus? Did it have like writing on it and the camera's like, I need to know what the heck that says? The algorithm. Nobody knows how it works. I feel like I kind of know. There's some things that I've picked up on how it works for YouTube. I don't understand Instagram or TikTok. I don't even look at the metrics / I barely post there anymore. I just feel like there's a lot more you can do with like a YouTube audience. I think the YouTube audience is a bit more mature. Seems like whenever someone reaches out to do a commission, when they saw me on like Instagram or TikTok, they just seem a lot more flaky than the people who saw me on YouTube, unfortunately. Not to paint with a wide brush, but that's what I've noticed so far. Found the marker was too close to the camera and pulled the focus. Yup. Yeah, the setup that y'all stream with, it's got a lot of stuff in the kind of frame. I mean, it's all cool stuff and it's like interesting stuff, but I guess for me, like, I just like lock my focus on my cameras, but then sometimes something might happen that, like, if I get a phone call, it'll automatically close the camera app, unfortunately. Or just sometimes if I pause something, there's a whole bunch of ways the focus lock will seemingly just fall off for some reason. Oof, that was a little heavy-handed. Good with Twitch. I think I don't know that much about streaming. For one thing I know about YouTube is it has like vertical. And then I believe it's possible that if someone is like looking at reels or whatever and they see my reel and I'm also live at the same time, I think it shows them that I'm live and they can actually like click right into it, right? So I think it's good to like go on all sorts of platforms, but I feel like it's good to like focus on one platform and then like just kind of like do your due diligence with the rest of them. Airplane mode, but only for calls. Yeah, I don't get like that many calls, so I kind of feel like I should to some level be reachable. Just give me 1 second, my dog wants her supper. She's been very patient. Woo, 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 woo. Yeah, exactly. So, and then I don't know, I've looked into like if I'm allowed to even stream on Twitch, and apparently you can stream on Twitch and YouTube, but you shouldn't stream on both at the same time. And there should be like X amount of time between streaming on one or the other and this and that. And it just seems too complicated for me to bother with. Which I wish your icon was a person or a thing now instead of just your wet palette. Even though I personally like seeing it, it's very personless. And your chat interaction is not. You interact. Fair enough. It's like we talked about. It's there's like all these little things that you are meaning to get around to, and it's just one of those things. I have like You may have seen it, but I have like a little pixel art logo of like a castle tower that says like Bastion Altars on it. I've used it a little bit here and there, but although I like it, it does not scale well at all. That's the thing. I think I need to like learn how to use some sort of program that has vector graphics, because they actually scale properly to all the different sizes that things want. Everything wants like a precise size or else it looks like crap. It's kind of annoying that way. Yeah, you've seen it. I want to touch that. I want up to. Like, I just want to take the whole thing and remake it in like a, like I said, some sort of vector program. I don't know which one, but something that's actually like designed for logos and produces something that scales better. Oh god, I'm pulling up paint here. Reggie. I painted a full art, oh my god, Nihil Spellbomb yesterday. Painted on a forest. Painted on something like a forest. Paint what, my logo? My little bastion thing? It's kind of like just got a like crest as the background, but the crest could be something, I suppose. I think I'm gonna go with these kind of like gray parts first, and I'll probably use the kind of same basing whatever I do for the sky too. These golden acrylic, these caps, they always give me a hard time. And I was on their website, look at their website to see like which black was their deepest black, and you know, just like look at some of their color blurbs. And I saw in the frequently asked questions it said, why do your caps suck so much? And they're talking about what they're gonna do to fix them or something, but I just thought it was so funny. I was like, okay, this isn't just a me problem, right? I was thinking you could like 3D print like just like a little thing where like the cap goes in and then you just give it a twist, like a little handle. Your logo painted on a card would look nice, similar to graffiti cards, but your logo on a forest. Yeah, it gets into that territory where I don't like crossing, where like if there's like art that was done by a magic artist in the background, then I don't want to cross that line, right? I feel like that's taking advantage of the situation of that artist in a way of copyright law. So it's not a bad idea, just it's not kind of what I'm going for, I guess. Just need a little bit of blue in here. And I'll go lighter because I can always darken up easier than I can lighten up. Wow. That kind of hit me metaphorically. I can always darken up easier than I can lighten up. Crazy. Okay, this cloud is gonna go like whoo, like this, more or less. But anyways, I was saying that I did like a Nihil Spellbomb yesterday, and I did it all in one sitting. I did a full art, and I don't do that many full arts, but I did like what I did the other day. I did one layer of like whitening with the brush for the time lapse. And then I went in and used the acrylic marker to white it out for the rest of it. I'd say do it as an art replacement. Leave the title box like your official artist for that printing. That way you don't really have that kind of, I took your art and add my logo thing. Do it as an art replacement. Leave the title box. Maybe I'm just not visioning it properly. This almost looks like it has a bit of green to it down here. It's possible. I found this random brush that I'm holding right now. It's like a Artist Loft, which is like Michael's most generic kind of like starter brand ass brush. But I actually have been really liking it. I used this to paint my entire card I did yesterday. I don't know what it is about this, but this one Artist Loft brush is kind of like putting in work in a way. Yeah, I think it would help to see like what you mean, because I'm sure it's a good idea. I'm not envisioning it well at the moment. And I'm not like asking you to do a mock-up and do like work on it, but if you're already down, you're already down. Wasn't foil? Mine wasn't foil either, did I say it was full? I said full art, sorry. I might have jumbled up my words a little. I have a tendency to do that. I'm not great at enunciating. This card finally came in the mail. I ordered this like over 2 weeks ago. Isn't that crazy? It's because we have like a rotating postal strike in Canada for our mail carriers. Which is like good for them. I support unions and stuff, but I mean the government has continuously shown they don't really care to bargain much, so kind of makes you question what it's all really for. But we'll see. But yeah, when I send stuff out, I don't use Canada Post at all. I use a service called Chit Chats, which will get it to whatever country it's going to get to, and then from there it'll use that country's mailing service, right? Which is typically the US. Most of my customers have been the US. Although, like I said, I've had a few people from the UK now and Ireland kind of step up and get some altars from me. Not step up, but you know what I mean. I wish I didn't uncover that little line there. Now we're gonna have some like orangish bits over here, and I'll just make it a little bit darker to differentiate these clouds on top. Now I'm thinking of it though, and foiled Nihil Spellbomb would probably go pretty hard, but I don't know how you'd pull it off. I'd show my Nihil Spellbomb because it's like never before seen content to the camera, but it's in the other room with varnish on it at the moment, so I don't think I can grab it. till that dries up a bit. I sprayed that at about 2 p.m. my time, so about 3 hours ago. Then I need to get a second coat of varnish on it as well. I was recently, the crazy thing is with like the Shopify I have, it's got all the product pages, and you click on a product and it like zooms into the card so much. It's like basically 400% the actual size of the card. And it's really annoying because it makes like any little perfection seem so big. And already every time someone gets a card from me, they always say it looks way better in person. It's really annoying because I've like created that light box that I posted in the Discord, and it worked okay, but frankly I need more light for it to really function properly. And then I've tried scanning my cards in, and that's okay, but my scanner is at about 680 dpi, and I'm seeing people like having better success with scanners like over 3000 dpi. I'm seeing really good results from that. So then I get into a situation where it's like, well, I don't want to throw any money at the problem at the moment, so so much work, but a video for each one does best. Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. But one thing is, like if I'm just trying to like reply to like a client or something, the videos are always too big for my email. So I've actually had clients that I've created like a private YouTube video and sent them for the link of that before, which is fine, but it's kind of like a pain in the butt when a picture should just do justice, right? Oh, it's nice to do a sky. Skies are so not simple, but we all know what a sky looks like. We've all gone outside and looked up at the clouds, right? That's why I like doing the sky. I've seen this before. Oh, I keep almost drinking my paint more. That ever happened to you? Also, I'd be willing to jump through hoops if it would just look good. But it's like, sometimes I'll be holding a card, I'm like, holy mackerel, like, I demolished this one, this is awesome. And I take a picture and it's like a meme. It's like the bad Titanic flute meme kicks in. I don't know why it happens like that. Now, one thing I forgot about is like doing all those wheel cards. My little 8-book looking logo. I don't think you'll be able to find a picture. I think I've just used it in videos mostly. Just like put a circle that's says like logo. That is fine. I can envision that. Just a circle and then like in MS Paint write logo in the circle. I'll get it. Oh, lovey-dovey. You know, I think this card's gonna be really fun and like pretty straightforward. I will say I am doing both sides of it, so that's where things could get a little tricky. But the back side, it looks like a really fun challenge. It's got like that, like kind of like a scroll, right? The text box is like kind of a scroll. So I'm looking forward to just really nailing that part. I think it'll look really cool. Whenever I'm extending some like yellows and oranges, reds too, I make sure I really do a bunch of layers of white because those colors do not do a good job of covering up like the borders of the cards. So whenever I'm extending the yellows, oranges, reds, I always hit it with a bunch of white base layering. Both sides of Kafka. Yeah, I did Kafka as well. It was like one of my first like commissions. It was crazy that someone kind of like just trusted me out the gate to alter both sides of like their favorite deck for them. The commander of. But when y'all did the Kafka, like one of you took one side and one of you took the other, right? I think I heard you say that. Which is like so cool. Gonna overpaint and do our background a little bit because I really want to make sure I'm covering that border, or else things will be difficult. It'd be fun to do these little lightnings too. Maybe I'll add another one in over here. Curl it back in a little. Although the line's going with the way Ojer is looking is probably intentional. Tali. Both touch both sides. Atali. I put in like a big card order yesterday. The problem with me and putting in card orders is like 5 minutes after I hit like the purchase, I think of like 20 more cards I want. But I put in a big order of like cards I want to alter, and then possibly ones for like another wheel session. I really want to do 8 of the original Mirrodin Ornithopter with that like really vibey yellow and blue background. If I could just do a big like yellow base coat, big blue base coat, and then fade them into each other, it'd probably be a fun thing to do on the wheel. Then I got the chubby Mirror Enforcer that I like. And I'm trying to get... This is like what I really want to do on the wheel. I want to do 8 of these Soul Rings from the newest Lorwyn Commander product. I just think this Soul Ring is so gorgeous. I love it. And yeah, I think there's a few other cards that I got like 8 copies of. Yeah, the guy who like I went over to his game shop and helped him like sort through his bulk and was like picking out expensive cards for him. He gave me that and the Aether Drift pack that I opened the other day. Well, he gave it to me. He sold it to me for like $1.50 or something. But I think anywhere else in Canada it's like $5, so might as well have given it to me, frankly. Alright, these whites need to chill a little bit. Alright, it looks like we've got some blue in that sky up there. Doesn't look black to me. How dark are we? Maybe right here. One thing I tell people who like ask me about color mixing is that you just mix a color and then find where it goes. Don't be like so married to like I'm gonna get the perfect color for whatever spot I'm looking at right now. Just mix a color and then find where it goes, even if it doesn't go where you're hoping to put it. If you just keep mixing, eventually you'll find the right color for each little spot, you know? Because I was trying to mix for over here, but I realized it wasn't dark enough, so now I'm going over here with it. But yeah, those comments are the craziest ones for me. When people say I'm like really good at color matching, I'm like, no, if the time lapse was not sped up 400,000 times the speed, you'd see it takes me a long ass time. A visual. Alright, I'm gonna click over real quick. Logo. Oh, okay, just replacing the original art entirely. Okay. Yeah, that works. You went through the effort of painting this logo to show me? That's too much. I was expecting like some Microsoft Paint. That's how I would have done it. Color mixing to exactly where I need to be is something I've worked on for 20 years in different painting mediums and processes as part of my day job. Yeah, I've heard you mention that day job. It always seems pretty intriguing when you bring it up. It's converting like digital colors to analog colors. Or vice versa, I think. I can't remember. Converting like red, green, no, red, yellow, blue, primary to cyan, magenta, yellow. Something like that. 16 hours a day? Bro. That's a lot. That's a lot. I need to see when the next there's like a traveling tournament series in Canada called like Face to Face, and I need to see when they're coming to my city, Edmonton, next. I feel like if I could get a table there, I could probably get some decent sales. I saw a little bit of Awkward Alters posting about their experience, but I haven't read to see if they did like a full write-up or they're just kind of like sharing pictures for now. But their table setup looked really cool. I like that they were even like vending like cards as well. I saw a box that said like singles over $2 or something. So I thought that was pretty neat. Graphic design for cell phone case company. Bruh. RGB to... Hey, Libby, stop looking at that. CMYK conversion. For some reason my dog's been licking my printer lately. I don't know why. Like the printer has been sitting in the same spot, and I pretty much never used it for like 4 years. But now I'm doing the altars. I use it to like print out my shipping labels and stuff. So now it gets used, but now for some reason she wants to lick it once in a while. It's kind of weird. Kind of some freak behavior, frankly. Is too light. Oh, that looks kind of about right. I was talking about Shopify, like blowing up my pictures 400% whenever you click on them. I was like tinkering around, trying to get it to stop that. But apparently on the starter plan you can. So that was like a few hours of tinkering around that was kind of a waste of time. The smell of it in the air. Ay, ay, ay. Stop smelling it, it's not good for you. She gets like, well, she must just be bored, but like when I'm busy painting or something and she gets licking. She usually just starts licking everything. I don't know why. Like I said, she's probably bored. But if I wasn't painting, I'd just be like sitting in here quietly with my headphones on watching something. And she'd probably just still be on the couch relaxing, so not exactly sure. Probably because she anticipates something going on when I start talking. Same as when I get a phone call. And she kind of perks up thinking, you know, my mom might be visiting or someone might be visiting she can interact with. Oopsie doopsies. Doing a brief pause to clean up my edge over here. Now the nice thing is, with this setup, neither camera is above my head, so I can't accidentally get my graying hair in here in today's setup. It would take a very interesting positioning to get that captured. I gotta be awake for work at 5 a.m. tomorrow. That is silly early, but oh well, it gives me the evenings to myself. I like to have big blocks of time, so I'd much rather get up really early, do my thing, and then have a big block of time in the evening, rather than have like 2 hours in the morning where I'm not doing anything, and then no big block of time. But I am kind of struggling figuring out a good time to work out with my work schedule. I know that's rich coming from the guy who plopped his butt down and painted on a wheel for 15 hours straight. But I really prefer to work out like late in the evening. I've got like a 24-hour gym nearby, and I like to go like at 11 p.m. when it's empty. I really don't like waiting for equipment or socializing. God forbid, socializing while you wait for equipment. The horror. I'm gonna assume you're saying I only want to work out when it wouldn't bother everyone else at about 4 a.m. But yeah, I like to go in. It's not even about bothering other people, it's that I won't be bothered by other people. Call me Winnie the Pooh the way I get bothered, am I right? I was thinking the other day, Winnie the Pooh is actually like in the public domain now. So he's fair game. I mean, it's probably like certain depictions of Winnie the Pooh are fair game. You could put them on an altar. It's crazy how like a lot of like bear typo cards are just like kooky expensive. So you want to bother the people in your apartment complex by working out at 4 a.m.? I have my doubts. I've heard you multiple times like talk about being really friendly with both your upstairs and downstairs neighbor. So I don't think you're trying to bother everyone. Red shirt Pooh is Disney Pooh. So, okay, yeah, so it's when he doesn't have the shirt on him. Winnie the Pooh is fair game. No, I don't want to bother them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I see. If you worked out when you want to, it would bother them. Look at that. I was like, I gotta get this paint off. This is actually the way it is. That's actually just the card. I was like, it looks kind of funny. Nope. Just the way it is. Scooting. If I live somewhere that's like perpetually warm, you can like go to Muscle Beach or whatever. That seems like a funny way to work out in the States. In like California. California loves to party. We keep it rocking. This brush is really good too, this Green Stuff World. I had a set of these. I think I bought it like 3 months ago and I'm still using them. It's like they'll curl up on me, but then they actually like revert to being uncurled after a while. It's kind of cool. But the store I got them from doesn't have any more, and they're not planning on getting me any more in. It's like a part-time job, just like trying to source art supplies. It's actually like such a pain in the butt sometimes. Or like the place where I get most of my brushes, because I keep buying the like small brushes, they're not ordering them in fast enough. So the last time I went, they had like 2 #1 rounds. And they're both brushes I previously passed on because I had too many stray bristles and stuff. So that's kind of kooky. I'm thinking I'm going to actually just bring down my white like a whole bunch. And I'm going to paint like undertones of yellow for like all this rock, because we've got like magma spewing out. So all these rocks are going to have strong like yellow orangish undertones. And for that I need to have a strong white base or lots of patience, but I'm going to go with the strong white base. Call me a Republican. No, just kidding. No political jokes. I've heard that streaming together on linked stream is becoming a thing, and we end up streaming at the same times each day that we go live. It's a consideration for the future. I'm still using a broke old Citadel Micro set of brushes, using markers so much the brushes don't wear down as fast. Hey, yet another upside. The W's don't stop for the acrylic markers. Yeah, that's great. I've seen like a lot of people like emulate like anime art and stuff like that with the acrylic markers, but watching y'all paint is like the first time I've seen like, okay, this is just like possible to do anything with. It's really cool. As far as like the, what is it called? Linked stream? We can link like cross platforms. How does it work? I don't know. I'm like very open to it, right? Or even if we're like on voice, even if like we streamed our own streams while we're just on like voice, that's like a conversation that could be like interesting for people. I don't know if that's adjacent to what you're interested in doing, but that's something I've like thought before. I'm like, man, streaming would be so chill if you're just like chatting with your buddy the whole time. Because half the time the biggest thing is like, I don't know what to say. Libby, what are you doing now, huh? Lay in your bed. Relax. Are you gonna paint both faces? Heck yeah. Yeah, I haven't touched the other side yet. But I wanted to do this side first because it's like the front of the card. The only thing you really gotta worry about is when you're doing the other face is just make sure you put your tape somewhere you didn't paint, and then you'll be laughing. If you put your tape on your paint, it's gonna peel your paint off. Learned that the hard way. But yeah, I'm gonna do both sides. This one is for a commission, right? So I'll probably get it like decent away there. I'll probably, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to finish this front side tonight. I think I will be because it's not overly complicated. I actually charged like the client for this one just the price I would charge one full art instead of charging like 2 extensions, which would be more expensive. Just because I think the back side, the border is like half the size. It's very thin, so there's not that much to add. So I think this will be a really cool one once it's done. I know I say that about like 90% of the cards I paint, but I probably wouldn't take the commission on if I didn't think it'd be cool when it was done. Watcher? Well, wait, what's going on? I think it's something to do once we get onto YouTube, which we're going to have to do really soon. Hello, Hermit. Watcher Obscure. I did one better. I paint the tape. So you like altered the tape and then you pulled it off and you're like, oops. Oops. use the tape on the back? I know I've seen a lot of people use tape to like cover up bits on the front, but I find it easier to not. And then like if I need to like extend like this rock, I'll just like paint over the card and then erase it. Obscured star on here still. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Probably. That makes a lot more sense than whatever I was thinking. Altars by Altars, do you have like a desktop setup to do editing and such? Because the vibe I've gotten from y'all is that you have like 2 to 3 phones that you're using for most of your stuff. British slang for hello. Watcher. That's crazy. I've watched a lot of Taskmaster and I haven't heard that. That's like my entire exposure to British culture. Getting to a desktop. Yeah, Obscured Star is Altars by Altars. And it's like an account shared between like 2 partners. And they'll both paint at the same time. And it's really cool. What cheer? Haha. Yeah, I feel like having the desktop will like really help with YouTube because, I mean, you could just put stuff up, but I feel like the YouTube audience likes a really kind of like polished kind of output. I feel like the Instagram audience has the shortest attention span. And they just want to see like end result, end result, end result. Then the TikTok audience like wants to see like the behind the scenes. They like care the least about the end results. They're like, I just want to see another human being. I'm a lonely Gen Z. I just need another human being. And then the YouTube audience is like mature people, older people, and they want to see like polish because there's a lot of big brands and, you know, a lot of money invested in YouTube accounts, so they're used to seeing, you know, very polished work. I don't mean like the painting, I mean like the video editing. So having a desktop really helps for YouTube. It doesn't need to be a desktop, it could be a laptop or whatever too, right? Just something you can edit on. Little canvases, yes indeed. We're going to go up on stream soon too. This consistent overlap really is definitely something we can put more into our favor. Some back-end prep and cooperation. I agree. Yeah, look at Altars by Altars stuff. Fantastic work, fantastic. I am like not even like in the top 50% of Altarist, I would say. I'm just the one who spends the most time editing and posting on YouTube. Everyone else can't be bothered, I guess. Or they just don't like editing. They'd rather be painting. But doing this, I've discovered that I actually really like editing. It's very fun for me. I would like edit for like magic, like gameplay shows, if I could. I don't think my editing chops are that good yet, but something I could. Oh no, I'm lifting my paint sheet. It's something I could work towards. I make altars as a hobby because I have the paint for miniatures and I love the game. Yeah, I'm always seeing that miniature paints do really well, right? So a lot of people in the comments will ask me what type of paint I'm using, and every time I like give the long spiel. I'm like, I'm using golden heavy duty acrylics, but a lot of the super high detail artists are using liquid acrylics. I've seen amazing work done with model paints, miniature paints. I've seen amazing work because of altered by altars. I've seen amazing work with acrylic markers. I've seen amazing work done with people who are using what is it called? Not spray paint, like airbrush paint. So as long as you have like a decent pigment density and it's some form of acrylic, you're probably laughing. I don't think it matters as much as people might think. The awesomest awesome sauce. You're always popping in here, bud. It's looking nice. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty cool card. I don't think it will be like overly complicated. I think it'll be just kind of like a chill time. A decent chunk of the card is sky, and painting sky just kind of like fits my kind of like painterly, not super detailed vibe. I just get a feel of it and I kind of go from there, right? So painting some clouds is always a good time for me. I think still to this day, one of my favorite cards that I painted was that Caliphate that had those gorgeous skies. Oh, I really loved working on that project. Sometimes I go back and just look at that video if I'm feeling like down. I'm like, hell yeah, I can do this. We got this, baby. Vallejo. Yeah, I hear good things about Vallejo. That's how I'm presuming it's pronounced. Jelly roll pens even work. They're just more volatile. Yeah. Miniature paint is great because it's made to both stick to plastic surfaces and is highly pigmented. And it's supposed to be applied in thin coats. True. Yeah. Whenever people ask me about what paint I'm using, like I said, I give them the whole spiel. I list every type of paint that I've seen done, good work done with. Is I think a decent way to phrase that. Because I really don't want people to think, I could just say what they're asking, what paint I use, but the real question under that is like, what can I use to define success, right? Screen Hermit, you said you do altars, for fun or whatever. Do you have your work posted anywhere? Do you ever post it to like the subreddit or any discords or anything like that? I'm always interested to see other people's works. That's when I learn the most, is from looking at other people's stuff. What? There's something on my monitor screen. What is that? Is that paint? Tell me it's not. I think it was. Anyway, it came off. I used to sell so much Vallejo. Caused a memory flash. Oh, is that at Michael's? Doxed, by the way. Oh, you worked at War Games. Oh. Miniature painter is too oily. Never posted. Nah, never posted? Well, if you ever share your stuff somewhere, I'd be interested to see it. Like I said, I'm all about the hobby. And I really enjoy looking at other people's stuff. Sometimes I think that I attract so many UK viewers because of all my RuneScape music. Can anyone attest to that? I feel like slapping RuneScape on something is like chumming the waters for UK viewers. But I mean, it's a vibe, so it's my childhood. Do I have a Discord server? No. I'm a part of a few Discord servers. There's like a few Altruists, so there's like a couple that are like just for Altruist to kind of like talk shop about, and then there's some that are like open to everybody who's interested in it. So I'm in a few of those, and if you're interested, we could share some links, but I don't have my own personal Discord. Maybe if I get to like 10k subscribers or something. But I think if I had one, it'd mostly probably be a ghost town. I was looking at... I don't know, there's like the Golden Maple Company, but I've no experience with their stuff. Take a link? Okay. Which one's a good one? Actually, I think there's some that I don't have like invite permission. Let's see, do I have invite permission for this one? There's one that I'm in. If it would scrape one I tried to put up. Which one did you want to put up, Alters by Alters? I haven't fiddled with like the settings at all, so it's probably all default settings for my stream. I have no idea if it will scrape or not. There's my rock. That's going to be the outline of my rock. Lovely stuff. I'll just bring this yellow up, and then I'll do some orange over top of it. Sorry about that. My dog was alerted. I think they're doing some construction on my building or something. I'm hearing like these faint hammer sounds in the distance. That's why I said, like, I'm definitely not even in like the top 50% of people doing altars. I'm just the one posting to YouTube the most. There's like some seriously like amazing. I feel like there's a lot of artists where you just hand them a card and they've never altered before, but they probably do something phenomenal as well, right? If you're like an artist, you can usually transcend mediums pretty well, right? Bip bip bip, is that, are you hearing the hammering that's going on outside? Is that what bip 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 is, or is that the noise my dog made? Because like the music is kind of like bip bip bipping, but also there's like some hammering going on outside. This is what I was saying, I never use tape, I just paint through the card to see where things are going to end up. Every little dog, okay, just little dog noise, okay. Beep beep beep. Mine's a howler, she just like, she decides on whatever note she's going to yell at and she just holds that note. It's pretty impressive. Despite her tiny little lungs. But impressive is like a very like chill word to use. It can also be kind of annoying. Okay, let's say this magma is like flowing like this. Also, a lot of altars do more like original work or like replacement work. I mostly just do extensions. And the reason for that is like I'm just not that great at coming up with my own stuff, and all the magic art is so cool, it really inspires me, so I really like to kind of fiddle with it and extend it, kind of when I'm in my happy zone. And typically, if someone's getting an extension, it's a card that they already like. So I know they already like it, right? So I just continue on with the stuff they already like. And then they're probably going to be happy with that. I'm going to put some yellow over here too, just lightly. Some undertones. The sky's going to go red. So there's some little undertones under there. She's a bow. Yep, exactly. A bow wow wow. Isn't that Kid Rock or something? That guy's a chode. Bow wow wow, yippee oh yippee. I don't know. I'll have to look it up before I say it out loud again. La 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 la. See, once I've gotten my line of whatever I want, I just erase that. There's been like construction going on in my building for almost 2 years now. And we get like the most sus crews of all time. Sometimes it's like 4 guys and they all got like tool belts and look professional. They all got hard hats. Then one time, like this is truthful, it's just like one guy with a wheelbarrow and his girlfriend was like helping him move stuff by hand. But you know, building company keeps telling us we're coming under budget. So maybe that's why. It's very affordable to get the most random crews of all time. It's crazy how, like, this card is actually, like, a lot of progress kind of already, and I haven't even, like, made much paint. Really. But yeah, having all the Alterist kind of like in Discords and communicating with each other is like really cool because we can pass on gigs that like don't fit our style, or if someone's looking for something that typically we don't do so much. So one of the clients that recently came to me, I didn't feel confident kind of like hitting the notes they were looking for in the style, and I sent it over to one of the Discords, and then Alters by Alters picked it up, so it worked out really well. He's one of my guilty pleasure commanders. So fun and a little too powerful for my taste. You got a problem with power? I was recently listening to a podcast. I don't even know which one it was, but they were saying that, I think it might have been Commander Cookout. They're like kind of like poo-pooing Ojer. And I was like, I don't know, guys. I think this might be a L take, to be honest. I think it was Brando from Commander Cookout. He's saying like, you gotta have like all the pieces around this guy. He's like, oh, you need to get your impact tremors and your this and this, and then once you have that, I'm like, no, you cast lightning bolt and it does like 12 or something. Or you do like little pinger spells, right? But yeah, I was like shocked when I heard that. Like I said, I can't remember exactly who had the take, but they're saying Ojer was like a little slow. I was like, you are crazy, my dude. Two card combos, yeah. Really a beastly card. Anyone saying this card isn't a powerhouse? Out of the damn mind. What's going on, Libby? Is this stuff going on outside upsetting you? All the hammering? Listen, I promise they won't come in here. Hasn't happened yet. I think after 2 years you'd be kind of used to it. Okay, this needs to like dry off a bit. Searing Tooch. The Tooch. I can do like a splash, like it's hitting something and splashing up. Well, I can do like some of that too. One right like over here. Maybe if I had some paint on the brush, that might help, right? Hit him with one of these. I want to just avoid the text if I can here. So Altars by Altars, I like turned on your stream the other day and you were playing like Slay the Spire, but I frankly just had no idea what was going on. So I like lurked for a couple minutes and then I went and watched some like StarCraft gameplay or something. I think the only way I'd be able to like vibe with a Slay the Spire style stream is if the person was like saying the mindset behind all their moves and like what everything does, because I'm just like so clueless about the game. But I don't know if that would be a successful approach for most people, because from what I've seen, everybody is playing Slay the Spire 2. So everyone would be like, yeah, we get it, dude, we know. I'd be like, thank you, I don't know. So that's my input on the Slay the Spire streams. I just think they're probably not for me, because I've never even played Slay the Spire 1. I'm completely lost when I look at it. I don't think I have to float any text for this card, which is such a treat. I think the last few cards I've done, I've had to float a text here or there. Lovely. When I play one player, I can do that since I focus on chat interaction. I'd love to do a let's play with heavy guidance. Just name the stream like Slay the Spire stream for people who know nothing about Slay the Spire. The meme format's like, what is that meme format? It's like, I don't know anything about blank, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. That's like literally me with Slay the Spire. Color matching tip, just paint it right on the card. Like beside the colors you're gonna try to get. You can always erase it. Okay. Wonderful. This is gonna be like my basing for the rocks. Although up there it kind of gets blue on us. Oh, Lippy, you bonked your head, you silly dog. I think my dog gets extra annoyed when I go to work for the day. I come home and then I stream. She's like, what are you doing? This is illegal. You are neglecting me. Any other altering discords you recommend getting in on if you are new to altering, or just places on the interwebs to be/look? Yeah. Give me a sec here. I just have to look and see what I have permission to share here. Not permission, but if I have the ability to invite for. And I'm not the progenitor or owner of any of these discords, so. I'm just in a couple of them, so. Just a heads up. I am just a random guy. I am a normal guy. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. I think I need a bit more. Yeah, brighten up this base. I'm gonna need these bright patches to peek out. Make the rock. Do that. Lovely. Then some rock in here as well. Some more stream going on. And I've got yellow on my brush, so I can just paint into here a little. Improve and learn from others. Well, lots of resources in there. That's probably the one with the most amount of people. It goes through phases. Sometimes it's pretty active. Sometimes it's a little bit quiet. Sometimes you'll like get to learn to know somebody and then something changes in their life and then they might peace out for a little bit. But it seems like there's always kind of some new faces kind of fluctuating in and out. Good time. Give me 1 second here. Look at my schedule. Alright, let's get back into it here. This is like a orangey-ish orange. That's the best way I can describe the color. But it's a little washed out, just a little bit. It's not looking right yet, but just trust the process. Enough times over it, I'll figure it out. I think the key to being a good altarist is just being stubborn. At least for me. If you come from like a really strong art background, then probably the key is good fundamentals and knowing your stuff. But for me, coming from not much of an art background, if you would even call it one, being stubborn is my superpower. So this is going to be like some really highlighted rocks down here in between two big streams of lava. This one could go a little crazy. Hey, don't do that. The paint is supposed to stay on there. Lovely. Fill that in. Kind of paint into our original art a little bit. Copy and paste. Boop. Discords be crazy. People just out here making them. It's like the Wild Wild West. Unless you're what is it? The U.S. government, or not the U.S. government? Discord itself was trying to impose like age and like verification and stuff. Bruh. Did you hear that? Like I don't know what it was. Some company in the U.S. they're using like an AI service, and their AI deleted all their entire database, and it's not recoverable. Stories like that really make me feel something. Joy is the word. I think if you're messing with AI, clowning around with that stuff, I don't know. You get what you pay for. You fire all your workers, you use AI, you get what you pay for. See, the problem I'm having now is I can't remember what the original card looks like over here. I'm just painting stuff, really. Questionnaire pending review. Is the question who's your favorite altruist still on there? You actually don't get accepted if you put someone other than me, so just a heads up. If you put someone other than me, it's an automatic rejection, so I should have told you that before. Even though it's not my Discord. Oh, okay, maybe they changed the questions up. Or no, I think it's the Facebook group that asks you who's your favorite altruist. Maybe. I don't know. Alters by alters. Who's your favorite altruist? If both of you are available, I'd like to hear both, if that's possible. I'll share mine too. But I need to get some information out of y'all before I share mine. I keep thinking this is like part of the sky that needs to be orange, but it's just a flying dude. This card was really kind to me, not putting like one of these flying dudes right on a border or something. It's actually chill as hell. That circle is a little too perfect. Bring it around town. Bring it around town. There we go. That's difficult. I love Klug as much as like Boneyard or Pumpkin Patch Kid or little artists you might not even have heard of. Oh. My favorite altruist is Nyoko. I think their style is like so them. They just like have this sick style, and every time you see one, you know exactly who it is. The work with the foil is so intriguing. Like, I can't even imagine. I just can't imagine like practicing with foils that much to get like really good at them. I think most people like really shy away from foils, but oops. Kind of punched my whole desk by accident. My apologies. But Nyoko is the foil master. Dang. I got 2 cop-out answers, but then I just went and did it. No, I'm just kidding. Just teasing y'all. Just teasing y'all. I also really like Nyoko because, like, as much as I'm like amazed by the work, I feel like I think I could get onto that level one of these days, right? With enough practice of doing my own thing. Oh no! I smeared the wrong way. Get off the cloud. Whatever the hell this is. I don't even know if it's a cloud at this point. I think I gotta try using my other black. I think that Mars black has like blue undertones. And when I'm mixing it with my red, I'm getting brown. I mean, it kind of goes brown, but I want it to be more red than that. Maybe I dry brush brown and then I stipple red on top, actually. Let's try that. I'm just drying off my brush to make it really dry. That's a fun sound effect. I'm sure everyone loved that. I will say, I think like I enjoy posting to YouTube because I see a lot of like the same people in my comments too. I'm sure with the other platforms it gets that way eventually, but it's really cool when I have like someone in my comments who's like, I think this one is your best one yet. And I'm like, oh, wow, that means so much. Actually, it's actually crazy. It's like, not only are you keeping tabs, but you're also telling me that I'm improving. That goes crazy. Doctor, doctor, give me the news. Karaoke stream when? I don't think I'm allowed on YouTube. I got this thing from YouTube the other day that said I can use like I can use copyrighted music in my shorts or something. I don't know what it said. I kind of just ignored it. It's like, nah, I think I'll just keep using RuneScape music. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good with that, frankly. But then I saw, I'm not monetized with like ad revenue or anything. But then I saw if you do use copyright music, then half of that revenue goes to the copyright owners, which makes sense. But I like the vibe. Actually, that's like one of my favorite parts of editing is I just like cycle through a whole bunch of different RuneScape songs till I find one that feels like the vibe. And then I try to make a loop so it loops into itself beginning to end. And I'm like just adjusting it by like 1/30th of a second, trying to get the loop to be perfect. And then sometimes I'll just like adjust the length of the video a bit to match the song. I'll like speed up some clips in the time lapse or slow them down, or make the like ending shot like 3 frames shorter or 2 frames longer, whatever it takes to get the loop right. Oh nice! Ojer Axonil. Ojer Axonil. What if you did an alter where it was like Ojer Axolotl? That'd be pretty crazy. I'm not gonna do it on like a $25 Canadian card, but there's an idea. I don't know if anyone out there likes axolotls. Like I said before, we used to have an axolotl. We actually still have the tank just like chilling in the living room empty. It's kind of sad actually. When I made my little light box, I made the like one that was twice the size and it's way too big. And that light box is just like sitting on the empty tank. It's like 2 items that have no use at the moment. You know the who is it who did the, is it H.G. Wells who did the, no wait, not H.G. Wells, I can't bear to alter a card worth more than $1. Yeah, that's the fun thing about commissions is people will get me a like alter $20 card or more, right? Whereas like most of the cards I do are like under 5. So yeah, the commission comes through. I'm like, cool, this is a card I can, you know, record a time lapse of that I probably would not have done without this client wanting one. I was saying something, but I forgot. I'm not saying H.G. Wells. No. I'm trying. Who is the writer who wrote the little like 6-word story like baby shoes never worn? Do we know who that was? I'm thinking it's the guy who wrote The Old Man in the Sea or whatever. The old, what is that? I'm bumbling in like 3 different directions at once. The like classic writer who is like known for his being super concise. Was it Jules Verne who wrote that? No, I don't think it was. I can Google it. Baby shoes never worn. Ernest Hemingway. Yeah, that's who I thought it was, but his name wasn't popping into my brain. Ernest Hemingway. I was thinking like the Ernest Hemingway story of my axolotl tank is like axolotl tank well worn. And it's kind of like a bittersweet take on it, right? It's like, well, it's not being used anymore, but it did used to have our little scaly friend who got a lot of use out of it, you know? I've altered a Gaia's Cradle, I'm dead. And a Candelabra of Tawnos, I'm dead. Was such a big chance, loved it. Ooh. My skin is itching hearing about that. Not on like a clutching my pearls way, just in a, like if I was doing those cards that expensive, I don't know if I could do it. I'd be shaking, I'd be like I'd be shaking like a leaf. Little Bork attack there. 4 cradles, bruh. That face, when there's more cradles in circulation, you've altered than not altered. No, that'd be more like the tabernacle. The tabernacle. Faints. No, I mean a Screen Hermit. Like if, like go see Altered by Alters. Their work with acrylic markers. They can use them like better than most people can use a brush. It's insane. I am most people, by the way. Yeah, I am most people, and I would struggle to even keep up with infinite time. Beep boop beep boop beep boop. Why is this edge like so poopy? What I mean is this edge right here, it's really kind of crappy. Look at me using a small little baby brush. Little baby brush. Lovely, lovely. This is actually going better than I expected. I expected this to be a pretty chill card to alter, but it's like going pretty quick. I would not be shocked if I get this front face done in one day. It's just these little orangey bits in the sky that are a little slow. This was my, what was it called? Carbon black? Yeah. And then that is my Mars black, which has like a little bit of a blue tint to it. Alright. That is brown. That's alright, I can use it up here a little bit. That is brown. Oh, you want me to throw your toy, eh? Let me see that, would ya? Are you ready? So I had to throw my dog a bone. And by bone, I mean a pink fluffy toy. Oh, what is that? Any Alvin and the Chipmunk enjoyers in the chat? I don't know why the theme song just popped into my head. Ba 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 da ba. Do 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 dee do dee dee. Oh. Sure, why not? Let's paint in there a little bit. Let's paint into that sky just a little bit here. This cloud would have some color to it. Come on now. That's a little better actually. Gonna need some time to dry, but we'll get there. Here's my secret weapon. This is my, I think it was Princeton Catalyst Polytip brush. The thing is so stiff that it works better for peeling paint off than it does for actually applying the paint. So that's what I use it for. It's kind of like using the wet Q-tip trick to kind of clean your edges. Except, I don't know, sometimes, for example, when I was cleaning up all 8 of my Teferi's Time Twisters I painted the other day. I was getting tired. I went through like 9 toothpicks. So I started using this some more. It really helps clean up these edges really nice. And when you use a toothpick, you get little jaggedy bits, and then I'll just come back and I'll smooth those out with this brush. So then all my little jaggedy bits go away. Now using a really wet toothpick helps you not get the jaggedy bits, but all just depends on like how set your paint is and how patient you are with your toothpicks or Q-tips or whatever your weapon of choice is. Both work well. But this is like the Edge Blender 3000. The Edge Blender 3000. I guess I should pause my time-lapse video. There's just going to be a lot of shots of me cleaning up. And since I'm keeping, you know, this entire red border over here, I want to keep it on the other side as well. I recently did a few cards where I just like got rid of the colored border entirely and the art just went right and like ended at this line instead of the border line. Keep on pushing my love over the borderline. It looked really nice. Is the point I was very meanderingly building up to. Oh mama. Oh mama. I know this part is really boring, but it's part of my process, so I don't know what to say. Every few layers I like to just go clean my edge so the job isn't so big at the very end. It's kind of like the chill part of the whole thing. So it's something good to do while you're waiting on a different part of the card to dry off. Lovely. Darth Vader Dark Consultation. Over the borderline. What kind of pose does that Darth Vader have? I haven't seen it. It's kind of like, I don't know, in the Discord there's like so many altars with galleries. I haven't even made my own gallery in the Discord. Any of them, frankly. I know Altars by Altars made one for me, which I really appreciate in their Discord. Like I say, it's just all these little things. It's like, where do you find the time? And I say this as like someone who was off work for like months. But especially now that I'm back, forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, baby. We finally found that magical color that's blending it all together. I say I don't get it the first time, but I do get it eventually. I do get it eventually. I think just a little bit of white. You know, the funny thing about like the more modern art cards that were like done digitally is they have like these perfect, like flawless kind of like gradients in the background. It's like perfectly unfocused. And it's so weird to like paint with the idea of focus in mind. I'm sure that there's tons of historical examples of great painters who have done it, but for me it feels weird to like purposely be painting unfocused. Oh, lovely, lovely. Things are coming up now. Look at that. Wow. Dude, I wish I could show more altars, but most of my best were for friends who have them. Dang. Yeah. I often like don't get a good picture for like a gallery or something. And I send like a card off to someone and I'm like, oh crap, I should have got a nice picture. He's in the sad man pose, honestly. He's in his meditation chamber with his mask off, being indoctrinated by Palpatine via hologram. Dang, that's a scene. I need to go find that one. Take the pictures. So I kind of got a little too light up at this top bit. That's where it's more densely colored. Let's see how. We're smearing. Yo, am I redheaded? Because you can call me Ed Schmearin'. Alright, I'm going to watch the viewers plummet after that one. Okay. You get in there, you silly thing. There we go. Okay, I think I'm going to start painting some rocks here. This will be a good opportunity to turn my brain off and just make some shapes that hopefully look like rocks. So let's look at the rocks as they are. They're kind of comprised of little rectangle-y bits for the most part. This is what I've been doing with like tree bark lately, and it just kind of like works out. Is you just start drawing like a whole bunch of like rectangles as your underlayer. And I just did this with the Megas of the Candelabra. But as kind of like my first base layer, I just draw like a bunch of kind of rectangles. Oh, it's always tricky when you're trying to get like some good shape in this spot, because it can start to look like this, like all too samey, right? There we go. Shake it up there. But yeah, it's like if it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, then it no longer looks like a rock. It just looks weird. this down here like that. And kind of get this circly bit here. And then it's going to kind of like fall off. Then this will be more or less kind of like a bright section of this rock. I have some magus around, including candelabra. Let me know later on Discord which one you'd like altered for your deck. Magi? Multiple magus? I already said they're called magis. One magus, multiple magis. I wouldn't worry too much. I'll probably like brew the deck, but who knows if I'll actually make it in paper. I really don't like get out to play big boy commander that much. I'm mostly playing Pauper 60 card and Pauper commander these days. I feel like a lot of commander is... I just haven't found the right play group that strikes the right balance of like power and sociability. I don't want to make like sweeping statements about the format. I think it's just I haven't found the play group that aligns with me yet for how I want to try to enjoy the game. And I think like running the Magis deck would fall directly into that similar situation where I'm trying to like play something a bit fun, a bit memey. Everyone's out here just like going for blood. The players we've run into call that their pod. Mangoose. Yeah, it's mangoose if it's one, right? So if you're talking about just the one of the candelabra, it's a mangoose. But multiple mangs. Multiple mangus. It's gotta be mangees for me. Also Canadian, you know, we've got the Canadian goose. So. Doom, ding, dong, doom. I feel like if I don't know. I can't commit to like having a whole deck altered in any one given style. The way like Milkshake was about the Dark Souls, and then there's the one person who I saw on TikTok was doing an Adventure Time deck. This should not be this black. This is a big whoopsie. I'm never going to be able to cover this if I leave that. Erasing the paint. We erased too much. That's alright, that's gonna be fine. It'll all work out. Let's give it a little edge to it there. This is gonna be like really bright right by the lava. That's why I couldn't have the black there, because this has to be like really bright by the lava. Let's put just some random color in here to not have the base card showing anymore. That was a big whoopsie doodles. I'm doing a Toons deck with SpongeBob as the commander. just with alters for about 90% of the cards. Then I'll likely bling out alter the remaining cards. Yeah, you said it was like kind of inspired, kind of like similarly to Maximilian Pegasus. So it's not that like it's all tunes, but you're like considering things that have been like tunified, right? Similar to like the Toon Dragon being like a tunified version of Blue Eyes White Dragon. I really like the idea of like a tunified deck as well. I'm Patrick. No, this is Patrick. Put in some edges now that I'm not right at that bright, sharp, bright one. Lovely stuff. Look at that rock. It's coming together. It's coming together. Actually, Yu-Gi-Oh! Tunified would be lovely too. It's crazy. When you start talking about that, I was like, just hearing the word tune, like before you said anything, just saying the word tune. And I'm not talking about now, but when you're talking about it on stream the other day, hearing the word tune, my brain was just like, hell yeah. Tune Blue Eyes. Because I feel like, I don't know, I just don't use the word tune often. I think, like, people who played World of Warcraft, they would use, like, tune as, like, their character. But I never really played World of Warcraft, so I never made that word association. But they'd be like, let me switch to a different tune. I think they would say something like that, right? And then they, you know, log in with a different character. World of Warcraft heads, feel free to sound off and let me know if I'm wrong. But I've heard like my friends say stuff like that before. I know what it was about. Toon Blue Eyes. Oh, I would love to see Toon Blue Eyes. And I bet you that would do like really good on socials too. That's something that probably, because I've seen some Dark Magician girls here and there, right? And that's something that's like the Gooners are all about. So it makes sense that you see them, but I don't think I've ever seen an altar of like a Toon Blue Eyes. Looney Tunes are actually Looney Tunes. You know, in Canada, we call our dollar a loonie. And it's not a piece of paper, it's a coin. So how about that? How about that? How loony is that? Now, you must have a very long list. I've seen the stacks of cards. I want this to be splat. Yeah, just like up here, oh, it's like splashing. So it's kind of like light, and then it's got like a slight, like reddish limb around it, kind of. Oh yeah, we can make it. Yeah, we can do something like this. Now the problem is I haven't really talked to the client about how much they want me to paint over top words or anything. So I'm going to play really safe at the moment, and then, you know, send a picture and maybe ask if they want me to go a little more onto this type of effect. But for now, I'll probably just play it a little bit safe. But yeah, this is like shooting out. Kind of like that. Looks a little funny right now. I'll have to play around with these shapes a bit till I get something I like. But I'll have to let this dry a little, or else it'll probably peel my paint. Toonies even. Yes, we do have toonies. And toonies are pretty cool because it's got like the silver outside kind. It's got the silver like outside coin, and then it's got like a golden inside coin. Sorry, I don't talk much, I guess. And I don't know if it still works, but you used to be able to put a toonie in the freezer, and because of the way the metal contracts differently depending on its composition, you used to be able to poke out the inside of it. Then you could have just like the rim, and then you have like the little golden inside bit. You're gonna stream to Twitch in 5 minutes. Go do setup. But Bastion time. Well, I appreciate it. It's always fun having y'all in here. I don't know how late I'm gonna go. I can't stay up late tonight because, like I said, I have to wake up at 6 a.m. But if I have a moment to pop in the stream, I'll pop by. Toonies are awesome coins. They look like D&D money. Yep, I got my D&D Dungeons and Dragons book right here. I guess you can't really see much. And dragons. This is I used it to like increase the height of my setup so that my wet palette isn't casting a big shadow on my painting like it was the last couple times I did painting live. Dang, I appreciate that. That helps me with my watch time. I'm about 500 hours away from getting like AdSense monetization. You're silent because you're looking for your altars? Nice. Did you find them? Did you find them? We're gonna hassle you until you post them in the Discord. Screen Hermit. By hassle, I mean ask gently. I'm not much of a bully, dang. I'm building up a brown here. Decide that this little bit of rock, I want more rock, probably like, well, yeah, something like that. I didn't mean to actually touch the card there, but it's no big deal. Post it in the Discord, nice. I got a Discord for you. Oh, oh, oh. Anyway, I was saying I need like 500 more hours of watch time, and then I will be in the ability to be monetized via AdSense. And then I can make dozens of cents a day. Since I mostly make shorts, it's like, I think it's like 10 cents or something per 1,000 views if I'm lucky. If I get good RPM, which I probably won't because I'm listed under gaming. So if I continue getting like, I don't know, roughly like 5K, let's be a little conservative, per upload, 5 times 5 cents, we're talking 25 cents every 2 days once I get monetized. I don't know, I think the money might change me. I think the money might change me. Okay, I'm gonna pop in a Discord, look at Screen Hermit's altars here. Watch it be like the best damn thing I ever saw. Where am I? Wait, which Discord did you post it in, Screen Hermit? Evil? Why am I evil? Lotus Society, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Ah, stop licking me, Libby. Ah. Oh, you made a whole gallery? Nice. Oh, I like that split card. I need to do a split card one of these days. There's usually a border down the middle, right? You got rid of that? That looks nice. Ooh, Hedron Crawler. I took a bunch of like Hedron Crawlers and I turned them into tokens. Oh, Money Hungry, yes. Yeah, the second I get 25 cents every 2 days, I'm going full evil. Ooh, I like this Universal Solvent. Ooh, I like the idea of like, if you take that and then you also put that mist over the front too, that'd be cool. But you did a really good job on that face. Enoch Guide, looking nice. Mark for Death. Ooh. I mean, you definitely have a great eye for like sick cards to alter. And you're doing it justice. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. My dog is like, you stopped being monotone. What happened? What's going on? What are you excited about? Oh, Libby, take it easy. Just looking at some cool cards, Libby. No need to get all hoity-toity. No, thank you for sharing. I always get comments of people like, oh, seeing your videos, I want to start altering again, or try for the first time. I'm like, share the pictures. I must see them. That makes it real. The misting is a cool idea, yeah. How much is a copy of Universal Solvent? What does it mean? That's great. I'll take 8 of them. I guess this part is going to be on the same level as this coming around. So it's kind of away from the lava. We can employ more of that cool blue, just kind of pepper it in there a little bit. Then we can work from that a bit more as we go. So that's like a little steppy, and then what else? We kind of got a little steppy around here. Yeah, I think I might quit my job once I start making 25 cents every 2 days. Call me crazy, but... Call me crazy, but... And then I think this is a little steppy too. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Things are happening. $0.01. Hell yeah. You know what they say, every $0.01 counts. They say like a penny for your thoughts, so I'll soon be able to buy people's thoughts. Which frankly seems very powerful. I don't know, I think I am crazy, to be frank with you. If anyone's seen the drama, I walked out of it being like, you know, that seems pretty chill to me. Whereas like a lot of people I was watching it with were like stunned. I was like, well, y'all never think about this type of stuff before? Uh-oh. I think I might be kooky. Might be a little bit kooky. Nah, that wasn't work. That didn't work well. I'm trying to develop the smearing technique. You'll see all the best artists, they be smearing. But I'm not so good at it yet. Ding dong doom. Ding ding doom. Sometimes it helps to make just like sound effects while you're altering. Really kind of helps get the vibe of the card a little bit, you know? Where was that spot? I already forget. There was a spot where I accidentally pulled up like a bunch of paint. Yeah. Can't be that big of a deal if I can't find it. Okay, let's see here. So this looks like a little washed out at the moment. So let's bring some color into here. And this almost looks like it's got a little bit of grayish purple tones to it. Heck yeah, look at that. So these are just like loose kind of outlines to the stones. My stones are a little square right now, so let's round some of these edges up. Just gonna get rid of some of these hard edges. Doopy doop 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 dee doop dee dee doop doop dee dee doop 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 doop. Alright, and I think we're gonna fade to kind of like dark one. On the side here, we're being lit up by the magma, the lava. This kind of bit is kind of curving out, kind of hiding this part in shadow. Gonna lurk, BRB, sounds good. Lurk away, my friend. Okay, so these tops, it looks like they have a bit of purple to the color. It's not just a gray. So I'm gonna see if I can make purple with this blue and red. Some blue and reds aren't so compatible to make a decent purple. But it's kind of a grayish purple, so if it's grayish, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think this blue and red will get along so well. But that's fine. I just need it to be kind of grayish. Grayish, purplish, little hues of blue and red in here. That's kind of nice. And for the most part, this current color is a lot brighter than I need it to be. But I like to start bright and then darken from there. It just works a little bit easier than trying to go bright on top of dark. Let's just gonna do a little fade here. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try again more gently this time. Let's grab it with this brush here. There we go. Let's give these things a little bit of shape. And down on this little steppy too. A little bit like, dang it. There's a line there I actually really liked. See if we can get that back. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, yeah. Yahoo! And then a little bit over here. I feel like this should stick out like a little bit more than it currently does, because it's like, it's not quite how I envision the rock in my head. I envision the rock to be, I don't know, like 6'4" on the juice, bald. I saw a meme, I don't know what movie it is, but in like an upcoming movie, The Rock has hair, and there's like a meme where it was like every 15 years The Rock gets hair, and it's just movies he was in which he had hair, and then like the date the movie came out. Pretty solid sleeper meme, a little sleeper meme, you know. Makes you think. Makes you think. Sorry, I'm kind of in the zone here, you know. This is how I do with like anything that's like rocks or like natural shapes, is like I just kind of go for it. I don't really think about my placement too much. I try to let it kind of like flow naturally. I feel like if I think about it too much, I start making weird shapes that don't actually exist in nature. So it's better if I just listen to whatever background music is happening and let the brush move around. This part up top is starting to look good, so now I just need to get the other parts looking good. I think I need to mostly darken this up a decent chunk. That will help with the believability of this part here. I'm enjoying this card a lot, actually. I'm excited to like send some pictures to the client. I think they'll be pretty happy with kind of the ideas and what's going on here. Then again, they might be like, dang, you painted that so fast. Kind of like ruins the mystique if I get it in one day and I like paint it that day. Like it makes it seem too easy. It's like, wait a minute. Is altering actually really easy? How'd you do that? I don't know. I put paint in paces and it feels like clouds. That's all I know. Oh, we are off to the races here. Sometimes I need to get a different angle on what I'm looking at, so I need to like really sit up and see how the light's hitting it, because typically, because I've got so many cameras and speakers and lights and stuff in my way, usually I don't get a good angle. I feel like at this point I'm gonna just pause my time lapse. It has nearly 2.5 hours of progress, so we can do the thing where, you know, you get 90% of the way there and then you do a transition, you get the final effect. This goes from looking silly to like, wow, it looks good now. This looks like, goes from a gray blob to looking like something. Anything, please, for the love of God. Okay, we just want just like very close rim lighting on these rocks here. Lovely stuff. Just making our rocks look like they have shapes, kind of some life to them. This is still kind of more purpley than mine, so I think I need to get some red onto my palette first. And this cadmium red does not work so great with the Prussian blue, so I'm going to use this crimson. That's usually how much paint I use, just like, I don't even squeeze the tube, I just dab the tube on the palette. And that way I save a lot of paint. See, there's ups and downs to everything. The upside is my paint lasts a long time, but the downside is I have to very often remake colors I've already made because I went a little too light on the paint. So yeah, I just added a bit of purple in there, and I feel like it's not perfectly matching my mountain, but I mean, I could just paint the original mountain and look, now I've matched it perfectly. Oh wait, where'd this water come from? Let's suck that up. Lovely. Handy dandy Q-tip. Okay, we're gonna make this a bit more purpley too, just like I did up top there. And that blends in a lot better. Gonna add some purple here too. A little bit of purple over here. Just reactivating what's kind of already in the brush with a little bit of water. I'm just painting into my card text because I can just clean that off, no problem. Alright, oh wow, okay. I forgot to draw off my brush here. My little kind of paper towel keeps slowly slipping away. Alright, let's see this crimson. Okay, this makes a real kind of... How is that so purpley? Huh. I thought this black was less blue-based than my other black. But it still makes quite a purple, doesn't it? And then this, it should have almost like a green tone to it. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna put this black, I'm gonna kind of like follow the contours of the existing art here. It's a little closer than I was. So I feel like this little bit here should probably be purple with this other stuff. At least tone down that red because it's not facing the lava so much. Oh, also this little bit. This was a little thing I was testing my colors. We can fix that. I always have to go back over my cards and double check that I fix up any of the parts like that. Yeah, look at that. That looks better. Yeah, I was just using that to test my colors earlier. I was wondering why it had these weird circles on it. Alright, this is kind of the rim. Just like that. Then these bits that are far away from our kind of river of lava need to be a little darker, but kind of bends back this way, so this edge is kind of exposed to that brightness. The back side is not. And then I've used pretty much all of my purple I made up here. I just need a tiny bit to gray this out. Now typically I like to have my palette on the other side because I'm left-handed, right? This is way easier than like going around town. But for the stream, my hand is over here. So I need the palette over here so that you can see the palette. Otherwise my hand would be over top of it, or it would have to go over there, which is usually where it is. Kind of weird, fun little adjustments. Okay. I'm gonna make some more of this purple, y'all. I'm gonna keep it pretty low in saturation for the moment. It's always easier to go higher in saturation than to reduce it back down. Now we're at the part where I can't tell if it looks funny because I've painted into the text box or if it just isn't quite looking the way it should to be achieving what I'm going for. So because of that, I'm just going to clean up the text box really quick. And I'm going to use just my scrapey brush that I use for scraping. This works really well because the bristles are actually super stiff. So if you're ever looking for brushes, you know, it's not just the size of the brush that plays a big role in altering. If you get a brush that's really stiff like this one, whenever I try to put paint down with this brush, it always scrapes to the very bottom layer. It's just so stiff. The bristles are like sharp. So you need kind of like a combination of really soft brushes and, you know, ones that are a bit firmer. But when you get a brush as stiff as this one is, it doesn't even really work great for applying the paint. It works a lot better for scraping it off. And then of course for the really, really close details, then you can bust out your toothpick to do a bit of cleanup. Just like that. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And then the other brush, it like loosened all that paint, but still there. So then you can grab that with a Q-tip. Just like that. And now, because of all that, I can see if my rocks look funny because they look funny, or if they looked funny because they were painted into the box a little bit. And my verdict is a little bit of both. Don't think they look quite realistic and blended to the other rocks yet. But I also think them being on the text box so much was throwing off my vision. I love that little toothpick scraping sound. Just clean this up a little bit. Okay. I think I want to take a little break from doing the rocks. And I want to go back and fix these clouds a little. So I'm going to just put in this like little bit of really kind of like a light pinkish red to soften it up a little bit. It looks a little sharp right now. So I'm going to soften it up, make it a bit more cloud-like. And try to do a little smearing. Then I think I just need to get more of a gradient here. It goes like this bright red right into that more beigeish red. I need something more in the middle than that. This current brush I'm using is a super cheap like artist series brush, so it's like basically a no-name generic brush from Michaels. So if it has a point to it, you can paint with it, really. That's all it comes down to. Now in theory, the more expensive brushes hold a point longer, which is invaluable, but sometimes they don't, right? Or sometimes they need a lot of maintenance to hold that point, which is a skill all in itself, right? I'm not perfect at brush maintenance by far. I tend to like using cheap brushes that, you know, eventually they turn into junk, but, you know, if you get enough uses out of them, you know, a couple weeks out of a brush that cost you $4, I think that's not bad at all, really. Because the alternative is, you know, spending a bunch of money and you get like a $70 brush. Maybe it lasts you a year, right? Maybe it lasts you 2 years. That'd be pretty good. But, you know, one cheap brush a month for 2 years would have cost you 24 times 4, $100. So it's a little bit more, but also has kind of like a consistency factor. You could spend a lot of money, get a nice brush, and what happens if it only lasts 1 year? Ruh-roh raggy. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm looking for a kind of like a orangish red for the sky here. Something to kind of transition my colors. Instead of going from one right into the next. Yeah, this is looking more or less what I want. And I'm gonna have to like dab in over this really bright spot. Now I don't need to get rid of it entirely, but it is just a tad too bright. I base layered it with yellow, so just a little bit too much of that yellow is sticking through. I want it to be affecting the top colors, but I don't necessarily need it to be that visible. Okay, this I'm going to just smear it off. We'll see what stays there. Lovely stuff. And I think this cloud needs a little bit of, yeah, just a little bit of breaking up. It was just one kind of big swoop there. Move in my chair so I can see the top a little bit better. No. And this one is a little bit too round, a little bit too fluffy. There we go. I think more or less the top of the card is looking pretty decent. Let's just move this so it doesn't dry in a little crusty bit there. That's potential that could happen. I think I can like make my little lightning. If I can be nice and steady with a small brush. Looking good, thank you, thank you. I'm having a lot, oops, I dropped the brush. I'm having a lot of fun with this altar. I know I say that all the time, but I mean, would I be doing this if I wasn't having fun? So it must be true. I'm not saying that just for saying its sake. I think this outline is like a little bit of blue. Doing such a small outline is going to be tricky, but we'll see what we can cook up. This is probably my most fresh brush right now. It should have the tightest point to it, so hopefully I can get a nice line here. I'm going to draw just right through the name box to kind of emulate maybe what's happening, so that the point where I decide to start it over here makes sense. I think I'm going to start it right like this. Okay. Sticking that up a little bit. That looks like it makes sense to me. Alright, this one is going up like that. Like I said, I like to just paint right over top of the text box and then just erase it. Because then I feel like I can get the shapes to make more sense than doing it any other way. This is a little thicker than I intended, but probably nice. Turn out just fine. So with this Q-tips, I always like to have one around that I've just kind of taken all the fuzz off of, and it serves as like a very good eraser. You can get pretty nice, clean, straight lines with this. Just like that. You just wet it a little bit. It works well because it's I don't know, the Q-tip base, it's like rolled up cardboard or something, and then the top is cotton, so whatever water you put into it, it's gonna hold on to, and it's not gonna like scrape the card, scratch the card. It's nice and gentle. So yeah, a little Q-tip action always works pretty good for cleanup. There we go. Hey, that worked out pretty good. I don't even know if I'll mess around with trying to put a little outline on it. I might. We'll think about it. I might be able to just I put in such that nice clean line, and then I'm just gonna maybe dab it a little bit, and then maybe that'll just space the paint out a little bit. Then I'll go back in and put a really nice line in the middle. Sorry if I'm bouncing the camera, I'm trying not to. I've got this like arm that I'm using, and it works pretty well, but it's not impervious to moving if I move my desk a bunch. I erased my lightning by accident. So I said this brush is really good at getting paint off. Here, let me use this. It's tempting to put the lightning like over top of the box, the nameplate, right? But I don't think this is the right card for it. I just don't think it would look that good, frankly. I don't think that's the way it should be. It should be in the background here. It's a nice subtle touch. Can't go wrong with a little bit of lightning action. A little bit of Odin looking ass. Yeah, just covering that up. And like I said, I got a little yellow spot still over here. So are you mailed commissions? I just buy the cards locally. If I have to like order it in from, you know, a bigger supplier, I do that. But right now in Canada, we're having like a rotating postal strike, so hopefully I can get them locally. If someone had like a really meaningful card that like it's like, oh, this was my grandfather's card that he used to fight the Magic War. I don't know. If there's like a really meaningful card, then I would do the shipping route, right? If they want the specific copy of the card done. But typically I acquire the cards. Especially like it costs like $10 to ship to the US from here, unfortunately. So it just like saves the client $10 and some time if I acquire the cards myself. My girlfriend says I should charge a fee for sourcing the cards. She's crazy. If you think I'm crazy about losing it from earning that 25 cents every 2 days, she's like capitalist 101. She has like an Etsy where she sells she writes really small on rice. So you may have seen that like the State Fair or something. I don't know where they have in the UK. But yeah, she can write really small on rice, and she has an Etsy where she does that, and she like charges for everything. But I mean, it works. People buy stuff from her. I'm like a little less capitalistic. Read not capitalistic. Read anti-capitalistic. Is this your card or is this me? This is the card. Okay. What is this anyway? I think I need to look at the original card or something. Is there an extended version of the card already? I need to see what the heck this is. It just looks like more clouds. I don't know. Give me a second. Ojer Axonil. Okay, so this is like a big burrowing cloud, and that is like just the sky. So this is fire, smoke, just normal sky. And this should be just normal sky. Okay. So it needs to like lighten up and then have dark edges along it, which is the smoke. Okay. There's my green brush. I like this one. Let's see how dark we are here. That's kind of good. Embrace the capitalism. I mean, I did. I opened up an online shop. I'm like, I think my prices are too expensive to my girlfriend. She's like, just be patient. Okay. Yes, dear. Also, I think if I can like, you know, like vend at a event, I think the people going to events would probably be less price sensitive than your average person. So it's good to just build up some stock and then go to the events. How annoying. My paint is very watery right now, so it's actually peeling up my other layers of paint. It's reinvigorating them. Let me see what's going on this one. This is a weird one. Okay, so we've got this just kind of like falling off to nothing. And then this is just open sky. There's a little bit of like cloud in here, should be. Embrace the capitalism. I'm back looking very nice, so thank you, the awesomest awesome sauce. Give me that sauce. Yeah, I mean, you know, to sit through and like watch the whole thing is like pretty kooky. It's like literally watching paint dry, right? So kind of popping in and out seems like a pretty good way of going about it, frankly. Ding, 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 dong. So what I think I gotta do is I gotta get a very nice light gray. Here's where my light grays were. That's gonna turn into almost like a blue, right? Is this lighter or darker? Okay, good. It's gotta turn into like the sky outside of all this flaming chaos. Let's try and make it a little lighter. A little bit more blue. There we go. Should I be looking into a different camera setup in the future? I'm really trying not to like bounce the desk at all, but I can still like kind of feel it. So is that translating to the video poorly? Let me know. It's kind of tricky. Because since it's like zoomed in so much, it's not necessarily zoomed in, but it's like close to it, small movements like matter a lot, right? That's the difficulty of doing everything small. It like complements it or complicates everything. Kind of complicates the camera work. It complicates the painting. So this needs to just be like kind of close to it like this. I'm just gonna paint over this edge for now. just to make my life a little easier. There we go. I feel like it needs to dry a little bit. I kind of like it the way it is with this kind of like dark cloud up here. In the original art, the sky is supposed to like kind of be clearing up around here. But I think I probably have to do it a bit for this side of it to make sense. Maybe a little bit of blue. I don't know. This doesn't look right to me. Well, let's see if I look over top. Interesting. This needs to be a little lighter, I'm thinking. I'm gonna water it down and see if I can just make the paint get a nice gradient without me finagling it a bunch. I think maybe if I billow the cloud out a bit more, it'll make kind of more sense. Just looks a little funny to me at the moment. That's if I kind of go pretty blue with the sky. Oh! How on earth did it get way up there? Gosh dang. It's alright, we can fix it. Corral the paint back where it's supposed to be. If I just like billow the clouds out, then this will make more sense as the sky. That's what I'm hoping for, at least. Because right now it looks a little wrong to me. It looks fine when the border is there and there's not so much of it. But with the border gone, it just looks kind of funny. Let's add in some more billowing clouds. Well, that's a little cartoonish, that shape. And then this is like kind of the edge of the cliff, but we could kind of add more clouds coming from the background. Yeah, that's looking like it makes more sense to me. The composition is looking much more flattering. Truly. if I do dare say. Still a little while to go here, but it's getting better. Kind of dark up here. That did the exact opposite. I was trying to darken it and it lightened it. Alright, let's look at this spot. This spot looks a little funny right now. What color do I got on my brush? Just darkening or lightening? Nothing, it's just making it wet. I have like no ink on, no paint on the brush. Yeah. That's better. You never want to have like a random dot right on the border. It's really annoying when the paint decides to sit right there. It just looks like very unintentional. And I mean, it is unintentional, but looks that way too. Okay. I'm gonna chunk up our billowing clouds a little bit. One of my favorite mono red powerhouses. Hell yeah. Like I said earlier in the stream, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and one of the hosts was like poo-pooing Ojer. I was like, what are you talking about, my dude? What are you talking about? But I won't name names. But I was pretty taken aback. Maybe it's one of those commanders that when it hits the table, or just one of those cards in general that when it hits the table, people like answer it really fast. That's the only problem I could see coming up. Because this is a scary ass card. Amazing card, amazing art. Bravo. Well, we're getting there. I mean, our original artist really cooked with this one. Holy shit. So we're just trying to do them justice. That's all I'm ever trying to do, is just do justice by the original artist and work with their vision. I don't do so much art replacements. Am I going to paint both sides? Yes, yes indeed. I'm actually really looking forward to the back side because it's going to have like that scroll stuff going on. And I'm really interested to see how that shapes up. I think it'll be pretty fun. I know I say that a lot, but it is true. Now, the only thing is I don't think I'll be painting both sides today. Probably when I finish the front side, I'll end up calling it for the stream. And I don't even know if I will be able to finish the front side. Like, we're blocking a lot of big stuff right now, but this is for a client, so all the little details are going to matter a lot. Typically when I do a card just for like myself, I might not, take it to that 110%, but whenever I'm working for a client, I always try to take it as far as I can. So I'm definitely going to make a lot of progress on the front side. It's going pretty quick, frankly, so I'm happy with that. But I will not be finishing the backside on this stream. I probably won't be starting it, but it will be done. And if you're subscribed to the channel, within a couple days you can expect to see this bad boy as a time lapse for sure. And I'll feature both sides in the time lapse, of course. Favorite MTG artist or multiple? I've got a lot of MTG artists I really like. Like the one who will always kind of like, I would see the style and I'd be like, man, like I wish I could emulate that style, would be Seb McKinnon. I really like his style, and you know, as a fantasy fan, the style feels so like fantasy, and it feels so like not high fantasy or like elvish fantasy. It just feels like really grounded, like dark fantasy, and I really like that vibe. It's almost got like some religious kind of inspiration in there as well. Some like Catholic kind of like Renaissance-y vibes a little bit. So yeah, I really like Seb McKinnon's work, but I may not agree with some of his politics, but I won't get into that on stream. But then, of course, you've got all your goats. You've got your Mark Poole, your Rebecca Guay, your... what's her name? Teresa Nielsen. Who did the Brainstorm? Dieter. I like all the classic Magic artists quite a bit. I think in Secrets of Strixhaven, what was his name? Edward Lang, I think, maybe? I think he had a strong kind of like entrance into the Magic art scene at whoa, what happened to me there? Secrets of Strixhaven. What happened? That was so weird. I was like, oh no, I've developed Tourette's. Not poking fun. I just kind of lost my mind for a moment. Yeah, that needs to go. I'm really changing up like this cloud formation, but it just doesn't look as good with the border extended, so I gotta do something with it. Like the whole point is like pre-border extension is just a little bit of like the sky peeking out. But now that the border extension is happening, like too much of the sky is peeking out. And it's not our focus for the piece, so I have to change it up. I have to paint that sky down to be small. Seb is fantastic. Richard Kane Ferguson fan. Such a distinct style. Yeah, like there are very few cards that I would probably take on for like a commission that Richard Kane has done. Like it's such like small kind of like pops of color and not pointillism, but little, you know, little dots and stuff, and it just doesn't translate like well when you actually have to paint it at the small scale, right? It's, you know, I've tried stuff like putting a little dot of paint on the end of a toothpick and stuff, but I just I don't know how you would emulate Richard Kane very well at this small of a scale. I'd be interested in trying it, but it's something I'd probably try kind of on my own rather than accept a commission for until I at least practiced it a little bit, because currently when I look at Richard Kane Ferguson, I'm like, I don't know if I could even do that. I like another person who has like a really cool distinct style is Daakon. What is it? Daaken, I think? No. Let me see. I'm just gonna look up who it is. Darken. Daarken. I really like Darken's style too, especially when he's painting like I don't even know if it's a he. It could be a she or they. I have no idea. When they're painting in really dark colors, it's like super good mastery of like darks without ever making them look muddy. It's very impressive to me. But yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is there's what, like 20,000 magic cards at this point. Like there's so much art, there's so many artists. I feel like if it was 20 years ago, like you could argue about who the GOAT is of the magic art, but like now we're just so spoiled with choice that there's a million GOATs and that's just the way it is. And I'm not complaining, that's a good problem, quote unquote, to have. Oh no, my lobster is too buttery and my steak is too juicy. And there's too many amazing magic artists. That's got blue in it. That's the bluish black. This is my blackish black. I just want to hit this little, like, being a corner here is bugging me. Just anytime there's like a real straight edge right on where the border is, it's gonna draw the eye, and then you'll be like, hey, this guy's a phony. He's a big phony. Okay, so I need to, how's this cloud supposed to look? These clouds are going to go through a bunch of iterations of me experimenting some stuff to make them look right. Because I'm not really extending them, but I'm like remaking them from the ground up at this point because there's just too much sky. It looked a little too funny, but these clouds need a bit more personality. It's just circle, circle, circle. That's not going to work. And unfortunately, trying to chip back into them with this light paint will be oh no, it's actually covering really well. Never mind, I hold my tongue. I thought it wouldn't be nearly this opaque. This is nice. I think my dog might be coming in to tell me it's time to go for a little walk around the block and a little opportunity to use the washroom for her. So I'm probably going to disappear to do that real quick. I'm going to leave the stream running, leave the audio. I'll mute it in case, I don't know, some sort of craziness goes down in the hallway. I don't know why it would, but these things have happened in the past. Out there somewhere. Chipping away at the clouds. You know, you would see a little bit of sky through the clouds here and there, right? So putting a little bit of that sky inside the clouds makes them much more believable as clouds. I think maybe we'll do a little bit up here too. A little pop here. Alright, I'm going to go just take my dog out very quickly for a little pee. I'm gonna write a little note. Oh, what should I write my note on today? Do I have a note lying around? Okay, can you see that in the vertical version? I don't know. Let me see. Give me 1 second, Libby. I'm gonna go pee. Give me 1 second, my dear. Oh, the stream still hasn't caught up to when I put the note there? Yo, this is crazy. So behind. spitballing here. Killing some time. Alright, that'll have to do for now. I'll be back in a minute. Well, 5 or so. If you're just tuning in, I'm taking my dog for a quick break, so I'm just gonna have the music vibing. I'll be back very shortly. Alrighty then. That's not my bag, baby. Alright. For real though. Alright. So, let me just do a quick cleanup before I get into anything too serious here. I might need to get a new Q-tip soon here. All mine are kind of crusty. Kind of at the end of their life. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Now I need to really soften this transition. Uh-oh. Got a little pokey bit. This could be bad. Okay, that came off kind of neatly. Alright. I'm not feeling any raised texture anywhere else. That's good. Just one little pokey bit, and we dealt with it. Lickety split. Alright. Just need to soften up this transition a little bit. I don't think that helped, but we'll get there. These things take time. just looking at this here. So this is like quite thin. I can afford to take just a little bit off. I kind of want to have a nice, clean, defined edge for when I start working over here. Let's get this box cleaned up. Lovely. What is it like being left-handed in a right-handed world? Well, it's kind of funny because on a recent stream I had like a spinning wheel. It was basically a lazy Susan that I did some stuff to, and I painted 8 cards at once on it, and even things you might not think about as being right-handed things kind of are. For example, like the whole like righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So this lazy Susan, as I spin it clockwise, just because of the way the threads are, it kind of stays tight. But if you spin it too much counterclockwise, aka left, it becomes looser. So eventually it could fall apart just from me spinning it left instead of right, which I had to do. Now don't get me wrong, the lazy Susans weren't designed for this, but I had to spin it like counterclockwise, because each time a new card came, my hand would be on like a fresh card that way. I don't know if I explained that well. But anyways, 90% of the time it's fine. Sometimes you're like, what the heck's even going on here? Or if you work like a physical job and someone's trying to like show you how to do something, but the way they're doing it just doesn't work for you. So like, alright, let me get in here and try something. But you know, some people are like, no, it has to be done this way. It's like, come off it, buddy. But I would say 9% of the time I don't think about it. And then the 10% of the time when I do think about it, it's like, damn, what the hell? But I mean, if you have a right-handed significant other, y'all can like hold hands and still, I don't know, write a sentence. I don't know what you do with your other hand, but you can do that. Whatever that thing is, you can do it. So there's an upside. I know I'm not making any progress right now, but cleaning up as you go pays immense dividends for when you get to the end. You're not pushing around multiple layers at once that don't want to come off. They want to bunch up with each other. Would not recommend. My dog really wants me to play with her right now. Pity. For pity's sake. I have to edit a time lapse today and upload that for tomorrow. I think it's been like 6 months and I don't think I've ever missed a upload. I do it every 2 days, a short. I think the only time I've never not done a short is if I had a long form to upload. And I'm like, that counts. That counts, that's good enough. I mean, good enough. It's a lot more effort to make a long form video than a short. Even though like one short is me painting a card, which is like 5, 6, 7 hours of painting usually. So that's not nothing. Okay, all that cleanup is done. I want to get these clouds locked in here. Once these clouds are locked in, I'll be quite happy with that. Uh-oh. My dog is rooting around in her bowl, but I already fed her supper. I don't know what she's expecting to happen. We'll see. We'll see if we're gonna have a food dispute on our hands. This makes quite a gross color. This crimson plus the carbon black plus the yellow. I guess it's just a brown, really. Kind of what I'm going for, but I want like a darker red. So I think we're gonna have to cut the yellow out. What do we got here? It's very mauve. Gonna bring in some cadmium red. Which brush was I using? This one? Yep. Alright, that's better. Now it's kind of a dark red. Get a little bit of black in there. This is more like what we're going for. Alright, this is going to be over here. Kind of like that. And let's see if we can just do a little smear to get that fading down the way we want it to. I'm no longer recording my time lapse. I feel like I've made enough progress, so you need to have that little jump scare in there of progress at the very end. Keep it interesting. Keep the people on their toes. But now that I'm not recording time lapse, I can do a bit more smearing without having to think about how I have to edit this out every time I do it. Because that's how my brain works. Otherwise, I'm like, oh no, I have to edit that out. I have to edit that out. I have to edit that out. Okay, I need to build up some color there. Going from like a real light yellow to this reddish brown. We're gonna have to leave that for a moment to build up some color. He says as he smears it away again. Then should be dark there. This can be rim. Then this is like our last bit, but it's like very, it's almost, yeah, it's gonna be really lit up, this part. But I want to put some into here. Exactly. My dog's gonna bark, just give me one moment. Alright, I heard my dog do a little warning grumble, which usually means there's a dog walking around out there from the neighborhood she's not friends with. Okay. I feel like I'm pretty happy with kind of the overall fading we've got with the colors. So now I'm going to add some texture in. I'm probably going to add some kind of shapy bits that might make me decide to change up the fading that I just did, unfortunately. But that's kind of just my process for making like rocks, is kind of overall get the shape in, and then from that point let the colors kind of decide what's going to happen with the rocks. I feel best when I'm painting when I have like, when I'm like giving up control to the paint. I'm not great at like trying to make the paint bend to my every whim. I have like the most precise alters in the world. I like painting things like rocks and clouds and fire and water, stuff where it's just nature's gonna do nature. You kind of just gotta respect it. Gotta let it do its thing, really. There we go. I like that little chip out of there. That looks nice. So yeah, when I had like the commission for this card, I was like, hell yeah, give me some rocks, give me some clouds. That's the kind of stuff I can do. Easy mode, we got these little bits of rim lighting here on this rock from the magma. Kind of accentuate those a little bit. Add some cloud, or not cloud, some shadows where it steps down. Lovely, lovely. What are you doing licking that, you silly dog? Yo! I had to throw my dog's toy. Keep her engaged. Poor thing. I go to work, I come home, and to be fair, we went on like an hour-long walk, and we had a little playtime, but she does think she's entitled to all of my time, is the problem. And to be fair, it's kind of like a problem for her, not so much a problem for me. But then she'll make it my problem on occasion. Okay, I'm feeling pretty happy with this rock formation on this side here. How's that look on the camera? On the camera? I don't know, it looks a little dark. I'm not recording on that camera anymore. Okay, on this camera it looks good. Lovely. Sometimes I have to like move and let the light hit it different ways to see how it's like looking at different angles and stuff. I think that's the biggest thing about like altering that might get overlooked is everyone says what brushes to use, what paints to use. But I think a more helpful question for the average person would be like, which lights do you use? Because like any brush will put paint down, any paint will, if applied carefully, will stick on the card and change the color of it. But if you don't have good lights, you can't see what you're doing, unfortunately. Which makes it pretty difficult. So if someone was to ask me kind of like what their number one purchase would be to start altering, I would say some lights. You want to get, like, mine are just a couple of desk lamps from IKEA, but the key is you want to get some like neutral lighting bulbs, right? Ones that kind of more or less mimic daylight. Kind of color neutral so that they're not coloring your work. You can see kind of the true colors. Uh-oh. What is my dog into now? Yeah, this is good. I need to like kind of paint into these clouds a little. This is tricky actually. I think I just need some more shadows in my clouds. And that'll help them pop off a little. Give them some shape. My paint was too watery, so it's making all these little droplets. If you let them dry, they look kind of ugly, so I just gotta move it around a bit. Alright, let me smear this in a little bit. Okay, I feel like these clouds are looking decently believable. Usually when I'm working for a client, you know, I'll get it to like where, because you can always find something to work on, right? Very rarely is something ever perfect with a capital P. You can always find something to work on. So usually I'll get it to where I feel very happy with it. I feel like I've definitely put in a lot of good work for the person. Then I'll ask them if there's anything they want touched up. So this is just flowing lava, basically. This is like the rocks. Then we got a little bit of cloud. This is just flowing magma. Magma lava. How does it work? Magma has a G in it, so it's below the ground. So this is lava. Hey, what are you doing, big doggy? Give me that. Let me see that. Share. Share that with me. Come see me. Come see me. Okay. Don't share. I won't throw it then. My dog's being kind of a hater right now, frankly. Okay. Let's see here. So we need some dark bits in here. Wounded Duckify says, dude, you're an animal. I can't believe you're still going. I checked in a long while ago. That is looking good. I mean, what's the stream length at? I don't think it's that long. Yeah, 3 hours 56, so a little less than 4 hours. On the weekend, I did like 15 hours straight. I set up a wheel and I painted 8 cards at once on a big wheel, so that was the more beastly behavior. This is pretty chill in comparison, frankly. This is just like vibe and paint. Doo-doo-doot. But yeah, it's starting to look good. I'm starting to be pretty satisfied with it. Just of course, there's always little things to fix up. But so far, this has been a really good card to alter. Really good. Yeah, you checked on that? Yeah, that was a big one. Yeah, like around hour 10, I just put up like a sign saying like, listen, I'm gonna finish this, but I'm done talking for the night. I am done talking for the night. Yo, Mitch! That's crazy, dude. What are you doing here? My concept of time is all weird. I was about to say, don't you have a job? It's like, yeah, I did 3 hours ago. Yo, Mitch, do you recognize the music in the background? It's all like RuneScape lo-fi. Because RuneScape, you can actually use their music royalty free. So, there you go. My childhood playing RuneScape was not wasted. This is a pretty cool card though. It's a pretty strong card. The art is awesome. Just all around, it's a banger, really. There we go. This card actually has a backside too, Mitch, if you're still here. It's got a backside to it, so I'm going to be painting that as well, but probably not tonight. And one thing here, I've said this before, but I like to just connect it to see if it looks right, you know. So usually I start from where things start up here and then I paint down. Squeak in the background, that's my dog Libby, she's having a good time. I think she's given up on me kicking the ball for her and she's amusing herself finally. Yeah, my goal, we'll see. I think I can finish the front side. I was a little skeptical, but it's starting to really come together now. So finish the front side today, and then I'll probably be able to finish the back side tomorrow. The back side's an interesting challenge. It almost looks like parchment or a scroll, the text box. Should be mining some mithril ore to this tune. Bruh. What if I just had the second monitor set up and I was playing RuneScape on the side? Just on touchscreen or something? You see me painting and then stop to like click the rocks? Or I keep painting, I just hit with my pinky. Sheesh. He's a gamer. He's gaming. You ever look at like the... Oh, you told me you look at the reels with Leah. So yeah, this one's probably gonna go up if I finish painting it tomorrow, then it will probably go up for... What the hell is it today? Monday? Tuesday I'm putting one up. Probably go up for Thursday. Then again, this card is kind of a banger, so I might find something else to put up on Thursday so I can put it out on like Saturday, because the weekends always pop off a little harder. So I think this card's kind of like a banger, so I might try to rush something else. Not rush paint it, but like rush edit it. So I can put this up on the weekend. Look at that. My magic erasing brush. Some brushes are good at putting paint on, some are good at taking it off. This one is great at taking paint off. So much to the point that I can't paint with it because it just rips the paint right off. It's too tough. Too tough. Let's go. Oh, here we got the main theme music. Oh yeah, no, this will be a good one. The hardest part will be trying to find the music to put to this, because this art goes pretty hard and it's hard to find the RuneScape music that goes that hard. I need a fresh Q-tip. All my Q-tips are pretty busted right now. This one's okay. Looking good, baby. Looking good. Go get it, Libby. Gotta throw my dog's toy a little bit here and there to keep her from getting cabin fever. That's the way she acts, at least if I don't keep it interesting for her. So what I like to do when I'm trying to find colors is I'll just paint right on the card. So this is like straight out of the tube yellow. And clearly it's too bright, right? And this part is super easy to erase because there's no other paint on it. That's the original art right there. Easy peasy. But yeah, this is like the cheat mode to getting your color matching. Just to dab it right on there. Let's see here. Now I'm gonna add some more. So now we're too white. Getting closer. I think I want just a little bit of red in here. That was more red than I intended. Yeah. More red, but somehow still not enough red. This is that little finicky stuff. Separates the men from the boys. I don't know. Separates the stubborn from the sane, more like, I think. And I am the stubborn. There. We like that. We love that. Now the thing is I didn't mix very much of it, so hopefully we can kind of get where we're trying to go with it. I mixed almost none of it, to be honest. And then this kind of like bit of yellow on the very top will kind of act as our glow. We'll pull this kind of new color we made down. And like I said, that yellow on the very top bit. It's like a little glow right there. Yeah, this matches our lava pretty well up top. pretty good. Just gonna get as much as I can out of the little amount I made. But I think it'll be enough to make this work. I should have made more because we got this part to worry about too. Wonderful. Now I can just erase all my little tinkering with the colors up here. I always have to double check when I finish the piece to get rid of any of my little tinkering bits. And I have this just bristles, just like that. Get rid of anything lingering around. Lovely stuff. Alright, so I did put in like those red lines, but I'm gonna put them back in, and this time I'm going to actually color match them before I just use some random red. This time I'll make sure that they fit. It's more of an orange anyways. That's, whoa, that makes such a nice fuchsia. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, let's see here. Does that match? Pretty close. I think just a tiny bit of white. Just a little too vivid right now. A little bit of white. Let's see, yeah, I think that should do it. Just clean this up because this blends in pretty closely, so I don't want to leave that there. Ding, 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 ding. Let's get some lines in here. Give this kind of lava some motion. Then we're just going to muddy it up a little bit because it shouldn't have, you know, perfect lines. Perfect lines like that don't really exist in nature. They're a figment of our imagination. Lovely, lovely. Now, just a few bright spots here. I might just dapple them in. I think since this is closer to us, we can go with a little bit more detail than the background. So right now I kind of matched how it does it in the background, but in the foreground it should have a bit more going on. So I'm going to come in with some really bright yellows. Give it a bit of life. I think I'm going to speckle a few yellows up here, like it's splashing off. Those yellows look very green. We're on break. We're on break on our stream. That's really coming together. I agree. This has been a real treat to paint. Anyone who has an Ojer Axonil, send it my way. Give me all your Ojers. Which U.S. president said that? Give me all your poor, your downtrodden, your Ojer Axonils. Right? Didn't one of the presidents say that? In the foreground. Yeah, this, I haven't worked on this much yet, so the shape, I'm not in love with the shape at the moment, but I didn't communicate with the client on kind of how much text they're willing to have cover up, so I'm trying to have it dodge the text, but it looks a little funny. You know, I've got this over here for inspiration to work with, so I think maybe if I pull back this a little bit. Oy, oy, oy. This toothpick is pretty dirty. I think I need a new one. The base shape is good? You think so? Smaller particles around it will help. Yeah, like I need little bits kind of flying off here. I think, so if it's going this way, it shouldn't curve back in, right? Not really, if you think about it. Like maybe if there's a big drop of water or something, it could. Maybe I'll pull this in a little bit and then have this as like a drop flying off. Yeah, it's just like, then this is a drop flying off of lava. Right? Magma has the G, it's underground. Lava, no G, above ground. Right? I'm not crazy? That's how it works. I think once I get it to be more opaque, it'll look better too. Right now it's pretty, it's like barely there, frankly. But this is definitely going to be a drop. Coming off. But whenever I do like my base shapes, I always make them bigger. Like when it's on the box and I can like carve it out. Ooh, a goblin fell in? Get wrecked, goblin. But I like to make them bigger and then like carve them down. And that's usually how I find something that I'm pretty happy with. Yeah, let's cut this off like that. Are you painting? Altars by Altars, are you painting tonight, or are you playing Slay the Spire, or doing something else? Left hand, ooh. There's dozens of us, actually. There's like 15% of the population of us. I feel like that number's probably going up. Collective here, you rule. Well, you know, I'm not an Ojer, but right, an Ojer is like a designation of ruler, right? I believe that's correct. This one's kind of boom, boom, boom. Maybe another like tendril coming off this main bit. Maybe try and envision it. Both painting. Hopefully some peeps tune in when we come back in a few minutes. Well, I mean, I'm getting pretty close to like the end of this. And yeah, once I'm done, I'll probably tune in. because I'll probably take it like 90% of the way and then send a picture to the client, see if they've liked what I've done or if they have any ideas for any little revisions or anything. I think I want to add a little bit of this orange to my droplets here. They're all just one note yellow. And I think I would like some orange in there. That's the thing, if we were on like the same platform, we could like raid each other too, but I don't know if you can do that cross platforms. I really don't think so. I doubt either platform would make a way for you to send your audience to the other one. Are you scoring the card right now? What do you mean by scoring? I mean, yeah, there's also the fact that on like YouTube I've spent 6 months like building kind of a subscriber base, and also like I said on YouTube I'm technically streaming twice if you think about it, because I'm streaming both typical horizontal and vertical as well. The toothpick to make channels, like channels in the lava? Or divots? I think with the toothpick, like the toothpick, when you're scraping off paint, it's gonna like go all the way to the base layer of the card. So typically with the toothpick, you're like cleaning up your edges around here, right? But if I go on to like where I've painted, it's gonna peel it all the way to the base of the card. So if I really need to like try to erase something, I'll go in with like a firm brush that's kind of wet and try to erase. If your older layer like had a decent amount of curing time, it'll typically let you erase a little bit. Like you gotta be super gentle and hope for the best. As far for both like making channels and stuff, like that's just using your colors. Yeah, exactly. It's oh wow, that came together pretty quick. That looks just like that color, really. Right? I didn't even add any red last time. I had to add some red. I guess it's more red over there. Is this something I put on the card, or is it just there? Do you coat the cards anything clear before painting? No. So with a lot of the newer sets, the paint doesn't want to stick as much as it does on older cards. So I usually just do a super loose layer of like watered down white paint. But yeah, I get that question all the time if I base it with anything. And the answer is kind of yes, but it's just white paint. Just white paint, nothing special. I did use like gesso a few times, which is just paint with more binder in it, so you can think of it as paint with more glue, but it adds a lot of thickness, so I don't use gesso. Altars by Altars is in the chat, and that's a couple of altarists kind of sharing one account, and they do great basing with acrylic marker. So if you want to get into altering and have like kind of like a speed on your side and consistency, then using those markers is a really amazing way to go. And you can produce amazing results with it too. Just go look at Altars by Altars work if you need any proof of that. But I do a varnish coat after I finish painting, just to, you know, protect the work from any scratches or any damages, or if God forbid your card gets a little wet, your paint doesn't reactivate. It shouldn't after it's cured long enough. What is this stupid dot here? Sorry to get a little aggressive, but there's just a big black dot that doesn't want to go away on this card. Maybe I put like a big... I need to not make all the splashes have the same trajectory. There we go. I was thinking... I need to get up on the card a bit and see how it looks from different angles. Because the angle I've been painting at looks pretty good. You know, I'm pretty happy so far. Just this and then these rocks, but I want to save the rocks till the end. Just in case I decide to change my shapes here. Anyways, like I was saying, I spray a coat of varnish at the end of the whole thing. Like a little clear coat. And it's a archival grade varnish, so even as it ages, it won't leave any, it won't yellow or anything like you maybe seen like resin that people make a lot of crafts with. After time it will yellow, but this archival grade varnish won't yellow, which is good. I think you gotta get some good spray. You gotta get a lot of action going on here, I think. I did not make nearly enough paint for this. Okay, I think I want this shape to be doing more of like not bending back like this so much. Yes, like a splash right here. Yes, I like that a lot actually. This part of like tinkering is always kind of like the... So most of the altar is like extending the original art, trying to get inside the mindset of the original artist, and then doing these like little effects on the text box is where like I try to be a bit more expressive of my ideas. Still going? Yeah. I'm feeling pretty confident I can bang out this card today. Well, the front side of it. And like, if I wasn't live, I would be doing this exact same thing. So I might as well be live. Doesn't hurt. Get those watch hours. Just 500 more watch hours, and I can make a quarter every 2 days. Canadian quarter, by the way. Next stop is to rule the world. Maybe I do like a little... Is this crazy? Like it's like doing a real... Sorry for that sound effect if that was nasty, but you know, sometimes lava is nasty. Oh, yeah, that's nice. I think maybe I just attach this. Surely we can cover one letter without incurring the wrath of our... incurring the wrath of our client. Surely we can cover a letter. Like I said, never got a chance to ask the client. This came in today. I sent them an email saying, hey, I'm going to start painting this. And then I turned on the stream and started painting it. There could be an email in my inbox saying, actually, I don't want it anymore. Too late now. It's happening. Now, the unfortunate thing is I did that like really nice color match, but now I'm gonna have to just put some color over top of this line so it goes away. Really unfortunate when you gotta do that. Oh well. So now I'm just gonna like beef up the parts where it's in front of a line so that they go away. Now it's kind of like lava could be a, you know, semi-transparent effect, so not the end of the world if a little bit of line shows up. But in my ideal world, it doesn't. So I'm going to need... How do I feel about Strixhaven? Pretty cool set. It's like, I think as they make Magic for more people, right? For like younger people, we get some changes to the game. A little bit of cartoonification in some aspects, but a lot of really strong card designs. A lot of good art, right? There's some art that, like I said, it's a little cartoony, more approachable for a younger audience, right? But overall, it's a pretty fun set. I always like how they take the existing color pairings and they kind of do new things with them. I'm the type of player, I like just messing with my graveyard. It's my favorite thing to do in Magic. Just messing with my graveyard. So the fact that lore hold is like Boros, but you're moving things in and out of your graveyard, that's great for me. I love that. I very much like that. Putting on mute. Alright, enjoy your stream. Thanks for stopping by, giving me some chats while you're on break there. And like I said, when I finish this, I will take a look at your stream. I'd keep you in the background too, but like honestly, my computer might not handle it. The dreaded Bajuka Bog. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so, man. The funny thing about Bajuka Bog and a lot of black cards is that the best like graveyard hate cards tend to be black cards. And it's funny to me because it's like, yo, you're my brother. You're my brother playing black and you're gonna do me like that? You should be boys. So Bajuka bogging another... Well, I guess if you're Bajuka bogging the Boros or the lore hold player messing with the graveyard, that's all fair. That's not your, you know, brother playing black. That's lore hold wannabe graveyard mover. But I still like being a graveyard mover in any way, shape, or fashion. Alright, so I need to let like my little bits on the edges dry for this like kind of magma splash. So if I don't let them dry, then it's just going to kind of like move it around. My favorite plane, Mirrodin, 100%. Love Mirrodin. I like here, I think I have it in my binder. I really like the like mist, that green, what is it called? Mephitic Wisp or whatever. That's on Mirrodin. So like stuff like this is my like favorite aesthetic in Magic. So that's a Vault of Whispers that I altered. But yeah, like that green, smoky, necrogen mist. That's the word I was looking for. So Mirrodin is my favorite. Unfortunately for Mirrodin, I like it when it's in the process of being destroyed or changed, unfortunately for Mirrodin, but I do like it, you know, untouched by the Phyrexians too, but Mirrodin is definitely my favorite place. And I got, oops, I think I moved everything, sorry. This works out because, like I said, I need to stall for time while things dry. Let me see. So here's like 8 impulses in a row. 8 spell bombs in a row. There should just be a stack of like Mirrodin lands somewhere on my desk. But yeah, like we've got kind of that green mist in here. So I used to play the Perilous Mirror in my Pauper deck, my like Black Sack deck. I don't know if you could still kind of get away with it in the current meta, but you see that like Necrogen mist spires in the background there as well. Sorry, I might as well just put it so the stream can see what I'm doing here. There we go. Look at these Mirrodin lands. Oh, I absolutely adore that. I need to paint these. I just haven't found the right time yet, but if I see Mirrodin lands, I just grab them. I don't even think. It's like my body gets taken over. So yeah, favorite plane is Mirrodin. What's your favorite plane, Squirrel Lock? Just gently touching up over my edges so we can cover them. Hide them away. Yeah, very eerie. Yeah, so that's my favorite aesthetic in Magic. So creepy and, like you said, eerie and kind of nasty. I like dark fantasy a lot, right? So I feel like we're kind of overdue for like a kind of just a pure dark fantasy vibe. Nice dark fantasy set would be pretty cool. Because we've had kind of that like fairy tale fantasy, both in Lorwyn and in Eldraine. And then we've had lots of like quote unquote hat sets. But I need to get some. An Innistrad man? You said maybe Tarkir. Are you an Innistrad man? I like Innistrad. I think, you know, of course, it's kind of a little bit of a struggle with all the day-night and stuff. So I'm not the biggest fan of all the mechanics that have appeared in Innistrad, but I really like the setting of Innistrad. You know, zombies is one of my favorite creature types. You got zombies, vampires, werewolves are pretty cool. Like I said, they unfortunately have some kind of bogus design a little bit. And then you combine that with like when the Eldrazi were invading Innistrad, and you just had like a fun concoction of different stuff going on. I'm looking for... So, I'm thinking about doing a possibly ambitious kind of effect on this text box here. I'm going to test using some alcohol markers on it in between letting layers of this dry, because I want to make like a glow from this lava on the text box. So we'll see if we can do that. I've used these to make some decent like drop shadows, right? So if I take this and, you know, I could make like a drop shadow of this rock if I wanted, right? Just like that. And that works fine, right? Now I need my thing to erase that, since I thought that was a fun idea. So these are alcohol ink markers, so you reapply kind of like alcohol to them, and then you can essentially erase them off. This is just going to spread it a bunch because I need something to actually pick it up off the card. What if I just ruined it with that silly example? 1 second, I just need a Q-tip. Do I usually have a sketch ahead of time for the final result in mind? Or do I just go in with a goal in mind? I will do a sketch just if, for one reason or another, I feel like it will help me. But for your typical just extension, I don't bother sketching. I had some sketches. Oh, here we go. Like, for example, when I did my Kaith, I put in like the little construct, kind of like I ended up making him throw like a little thopter, right? But I sketched kind of some different options for him. But otherwise, most of the extension I just, you know, painted from the card. But when I add extra elements or I do a full art or something, that's when I'll add in a little sketch to see what I can come up with. Alright, let's go back to de-runing this card. If we can. But yeah, see how that makes like a really nice drop shadow? That we don't want here, frankly. Oops. Actually, by comparison, right, if you have, like, if you want this part to glow, one way to do that is by making the rest of it just not glow. But yeah, don't worry, I'll get all this off. Look at that. Left-handed who? Ambidextrous, baby. Left-handed who? Never knew But yeah. Nice thing about altering, if you have the will in the way, most things that are done can be undone. Just like that. Oh, where'd I put my pen lid? Here it is. Do I ever design original characters? Yes. I play a lot of D&D, right? So I will like often sketch my D&D characters and stuff like that. I typically don't put them on the card very often, though. I mean, I don't put my original designs on cards that often. I just have like a little bit of a hang up that, you know, people are interested in Magic, they're interested in Magic art. Of course, there's some people who are interested in me, but it's a smaller amount of people. And part of me doing these alters is because I have a hard time, like, creativity wise, to just sit down and like create something. Usually it takes me a long time, and because it takes a long time, it's like a bit of an barrier to me just sitting down and creating, because I have to mull things over and think about them. Whereas when I do these extensions, I feel very comfortable just sitting down and starting to paint. So I end up doing more creative stuff because I feel less, like there's less hurdle, less barrier to just sitting down and getting some creative time in. Okay, so my whole point with these markers is showing the drop shadow, but I want to attempt to possibly create a glowing effect instead of like a shadow effect from this lava. My dog seems to be hungry, but I already fed her a little bit extra. I could possibly go give her a little bit more and see if she's satiated with that. So yeah, this is, I've never done this before, so we'll see if this works. Kind of creating a glow here. What do we think of this? I mean, ultimately, I might just leave it and then, you know, email my client and see what they think of it. It's their card after all. But this is something I could do as kind of a little extra effect. Of the sorcery, Dam? No, but it's on my list. I would like to do Dam. I gotta look at Dam, actually. I think I'm thinking of Damnation with the big, you know, like, black orb. Let's see Dam. Where's Dan? Where is Dam? Oh, okay. You. I do not care for that. Ooh, yeah, Dam. Yeah, I need to do Dam. That's right up my alley with the sky and the vibes like that. Now, the one problem is this little red dot on the card, that's just part of the card. But I feel like the glowing bit is like accentuating the fact that it's there. Which is kind of... I don't find it good. But yeah, this is a neat little thing I've never tried before. But yeah, it's making it like do a little glowing effect. And I can kind of put that all around here as well, right? And around this. Damnation is a circle. Dam is the army getting obliterated. Yeah, I pulled it up. But yeah, the Dam, it's got those like vibey clouds, the sky. And then it would probably kind of like fade to black on the bottom of it since it's like POV or the ground. But yeah, I think that'd be a pretty sick card to do. I like doing a nice sky. Damn. What if I do Damn and got demonetized? Damn. Shit. It's so funny that Damn's a card. Imagine a card that just said shit. Shit. Is Damn cheap? There's a lot of reprints now. Should I pick one up? The Aether Drift. Oh, it's $1? Yeah, the Aether Drift one. Everybody does not like the Aether Drift set symbol. I was looking at cards and every time it's from Aether Drift, like, everyone's like, no thank you. Aether Drift is kind of like low-key secret goated set for Alterist because you can get cards really cheap. And then, like, if you're clever, you can also get rid of the set symbol that nobody likes. I want crap as a card. Holy crap, Lois. My whole army's... Yeah, I can't do the full impression, but the next part is like, holy crap, Lois. This is like the time my army got obliterated. PETA, that's damn. Not holy crap. Alright, we're gonna leave this in, and so here I've not painted anything, right? Here I've painted stuff, so it'd be hard to erase it from here without nicking my paint. So I'll probably just send a picture to my client, ask it what they think about kind of this effect. And if they like it, then I'll put it over here and around this fire too. The checkered flag hurts me. Yeah, Like, I don't like it either, but I can paint over it. Easy. I can save like dollar bills and paint over it, so kind of win-win for me. And then I could also like clickbait everyone and say, getting rid of the Aether Drift set symbol on this dam. And I don't do like cheesy kind of clickbaity titles like that, but I could. I don't, but I could. I like how I said I was going to do this in between painting layers over here, and I haven't done a single layer. It's kind of just how my brain works, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it would be good. See, I'm pulling punches. I'm concealing my power level by not making clickbait titles, I think. But I just like the consistency. Also, maybe I just don't like thinking about titles. I already got enough to think about. Something awaits me in the divine for resisting clickbait. You know, I hope so. I feel like I've lived a pretty, like, moralistic life. I really hope something's waiting for me after all this. I spent a lot of time avoiding temptation of being a worse person. And I know it's like, it's like the morality test. It's like, if you're being good just to not be bad, then you're not truly good or something like that. Well, I reject that. Even though I acknowledge it's a quote-unquote thing. Okay, so I think I need to pull up a reference of like what a lava. Well, I guess I have these as references. Okay, so my outer edge, it kind of gets like some edge to it. It's kind of edgy. I'm gonna give my dog just a cup of food. Whammo! Alright. Sorry about that, my dog was hungry. Do I have any religion? What, are you trying to get me cancelled? If you had a cat, it'd step on the wet paint in this card. Yeah, bro, I can't have a cat in my life stepping on my stuff. Sorry, I just can't swing it. I don't currently have any religion. I'm not closed off to the idea of it. If I found the right one. It's difficult though, because in any group you will get good people and, you know, bad actors as well. So it's difficult to align yourself to a group of people, because while you might think that you're all like-minded, it's very possible you could find out that you're not all like-minded. Unfortunately. So the group of people I choose to align myself with is people who I know, who I trust, who I consider friends. And those are my main and possibly only allegiances. Ooh, putting this rim on is really helping. It's really looking kind of sick. Looking kind of sick. Well, it's too late. I already answered it, fool. Fool. I don't look down upon anyone who has found something that gives them a reason to be the best they can be. That's for sure. And if you find a healthy community around you, that's awesome. That is awesome. Am I a novel reader? At times. So I kind of like go in and out of reading novels because depending on how well I've been sleeping, it's very typical that like cracking a novel will have me like passing out if I'm not well rested. But I would like to say that I'm like a novel reader. I read novels, just not as much as I'd like. I guess you can't really see, but my like phone, not this one that I'm recording on, but I have another one that I was recording time lapse on. That is being held up by a box set of Joe Abercrombie's First Law trilogy. So, kind of like I was saying, how I would like a dark fantasy kind of magic set. I'd like to read dark fantasy. So Joe Abercrombie. I haven't read Game of Thrones yet, just because I feel like I want to have like a time in my life that's like set aside to read that. Yeah, fantasy. Christopher Buehlman is a writer who I really like. I really enjoyed reading Between Two Fires by Christopher Buehlman. I read John Langan's Fisherman, right? So if you go to like the horror literature subreddit, everyone's like always gassing that book up. So I had to give it a try. And they were right, it was good. I'll give them that. It was pretty good. This looks a little cartoony, eh? How do I rectify that? I don't think I need this many droplets. Which one should go? This one? I think that helped. Didn't stay great for you? That's unfortunate. Like I said, the Game of Thrones is like, next time I'm like unemployed or for some reason I got like nothing going on, nothing going on, and I have space to read. It's like something I like would binge. I grew up reading Robert Jordan's The Wheel series. What's it called? The Wheel of Time. But I have a hard time remembering stuff I did when I was a kid for some reason. So it hasn't stuck with me, but I have most of the set still. So I've been meaning to reread that one of these days. And then I listen to audiobooks pretty frequently. What is this? Big old hair. Get out of there. I really like Garth Nix. What is the Abhorsen books? I really like those. I think Garth Nix writes excellent characters. And not fantasy, but I read the whole Red Rising kind of series. I think there might be like one new book that I haven't read, but like I read all of those as well. That was a pretty enjoyable series. They feel like the closest thing to watching a movie in book form to me. It's just like non-stop, go the whole time. Which some people might not be looking for in their books. They might be looking for more of a kind of like a slow burn in a build. But yeah, the Red Rising books is just like constant, non-stop action the whole book. Looking good. I'm just trying to make these like a little less cartoony looking, right? So kind of usually just making them smaller, thinner, more kind of like angular. Usually helps with that. Sci-fi is acceptable. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't it be? Uh-oh. Where's my wide brush? Hey man, love your stuff. Keep it up. I gotta sleep. Get the beauty rest in, my dude. Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. Dropping some chats. Keeping me engaged. A couple days from now, you should see this bad boy posted. And I think it'll probably end up looking pretty sweet. Because I'm already pretty happy with this front side. And like I said, if the client likes this glow, we're going to put it all over here. And I think it could be a really cool effect. But yeah, cheers. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Yeah, I think just thinning down these little magma bursts will go a long way to making it a little less cartoony here. Especially this one. This one's pretty big and pretty big and kind of like goofy shaped. Really circular. Oh, my poor doggy. She wants to play really bad. She wants to play. I'm almost done, Libby. Once I'm done this lava splash, probably just a little bit of effort there, and then we can go do something. I think this. I think I could even have like a rock like shooting out or something. I don't think it's necessary, but it's something to think about. I always see kind of that going on in a situation like this, a big splash of. Let's see what it looks like without this one too. Sometimes less is more, you know. How about without this one too? Alright, I'm digging it. Less is more. This is my magic eraser brush. It's really good at getting paint off, but it's really bad at putting paint on because it's so sharp and pointy and stiff. It just rips paint right off. Anytime I try to paint with it, Just whatever layer was underneath, bye-bye, goodbye. So long, we hardly knew ya. But look at it rescuing my border here. Easy peasy. Look at that. Border is back in business. Okay. Let's get some edge going on here. Gonna put our rim on. Okay. Alright, I'm liking this. This is looking less cartoony for sure. I mean, it still looks cartoony, but less. We'll see what we can do with it. My dog is currently burrowing in her bed, so that's probably shaking the screen a little bit. I apologize for that, but it will stop very shortly. She's gotta get comfortable, you know? Just gotta get comfortable. I'm trying to hold the desk steady while she digs in her bed. Gets it just right, you know? Alright, so the magma's coming down. Now what should happen in here? What would happen? Let me see if I can find a picture. Okay. Okay, so the inside is like really yellow. Then our outside should be like red. It's gonna look a bit different than this one though, is the problem. Which could take us out of it. It's funny because I'm looking at like a reference of real lava here. But of course this card isn't real lava. I don't like that getting bigger. That has to stay small. You need it to be snatched, as they say. Snatched. You know you're getting old when you like feel like the professor sometimes using young people lingo. You're like, uh-oh. Rot-roll, Raggy. Alright, my dog has stopped digging in her bed. The phone is no longer shaking. I'm just going to paint my orange deeper in so that I can, you know, pick off some of the outside of the orange and thin it down without losing the fact that there's an orange kind of border. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, making these shapes like not circles, not so circular, definitely goes a long way into reducing kind of the cartoon factor it was looking like for a bit there. Still looks cartoony, don't get me wrong. It's Doesn't look photorealistic, but neither does this guy. But we'll see what we can do, what kind of effects we can get. I want to thin this down even more. And of course, we gotta clean up our holographic symbol. I had a client who said, I need the holographic symbol so people know it's a real card. I was like, my dude, I don't think anyone would think you'd pay good money to alter a fake card. Of course I didn't say that, but like, that's kind of my thought. I was like, it would be absolutely insane to print a card and then pay like triple the value of the card to get it painted. Unfortunately, I'm gonna need to make more yellow. My gosh, my dog is really getting comfy today. Where's my yellow paint? Here we go. Ojer Axonil. What a chill dude. With a big skull face. I'm painting this right here, right now. I need a little bit of white. Need to do a little swoopity doop, get tight back into my holographic symbol. I can get some orange on there. Now, let's see, what if I paint the orange in a little bit more? Let's see how this looks. Kind of giving it a kind of like a glow of fuzziness. Interesting. I think I lean into this a little bit. Get a little red in. So our very extremities should be red. Should go red, orange, yellow, and then the hottest part, of course, is like white hot. Wicked white hot. Yeah. But also that's kind of how fire works, and this is not fire. This is lava. So maybe lava works a little bit differently. Now, one thing I'm always worried about is possibly overworking it. Where it's looking really good and then I do something silly. Got a really bright red. Make it look not as nice. But then again, you don't know till you try. That has always been my process with altering. It's I'm not coming from a super strong art background or anything like that. I mostly make progress just by trying things. And sometime it work, sometime it do not work. But when it work, it work. That meme where it was the farmer guy in the UK. It's not much, but it work. Oh, poor doggy. You bored? Am I boring you? Oh yeah, it's kind of like a line here. That looks kind of cool. Just like spewing that little bit of stuff. I like that. How's that looking for lava? I think it's starting to look pretty good, frankly. It's like really glowing down here. Oh wait, I kind of like that. Oh yeah, that looks good. That definitely gives it some liveliness, some motion. Let's do some more of that. Wonderful. Alright, I think I'm going to more or less call it here. Actually, I can do a little bit more. I can hit up this area here. And then I'm going to need some feedback from the client as to if he likes kind of this glowing effect here. Maybe alters by alters might pop back in and I can ask them what they think. But I think I like it. I want to go ham with this if the client's down. I want to put it along here, then all along this edge, and then around kind of my splash zone, as it were. I think I'm going to add a little bit of just like a little bit of a little dark edge to this part that's not quite in front of the lava. Kind of give a little bit of differentiation between the lava and kind of this rock bit and this text box. Just add a little bit of that. Maybe give a little couple specks in there to, yeah, just blend those away. Alrighty. I think I'm going to just try to lighten up the edge of the sky a little bit. Because wherever I leave it is where I'm going to send a picture to the client. And I don't want them to have any questions about the little stuff. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. Paint into there a little bit. So yeah, I feel like this is pretty clearly kind of like turning into the sky. Okay, I think that might be it for this one. For the front side at least. Like I said, I definitely need to clean up all my edges for sure. And then this, I'll see what the client thinks of this glowing effect that I made with the alcohol ink markers. If they want, I'll add it over here. Then I'll add it around our kind of splashing magma bit here. And then, of course, I need to clean up my edges all at the top and around the whole box. But otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out so far. I might need to just touch up a few things here and there. But that's how it works. It's never done the first kind of little bit. Especially if you want to kind of let your eyes rest and try some new stuff. But yeah, more or less that's gonna be the front side. Like I said, I'll probably be able to get the back side done tomorrow. And then have this probably up by the weekend. Have a short of it up by the weekend. It'll look pretty good. Alright, well that's me. Have a good one everyone. Thanks for tuning in. And cheers.